At the time of this story, I was 21 and living in a major Midwestern city, attending the university there. Having lived there for only 1 month before my story began, I had witnessed a train stop stabbing, been yelled at by a crackhead, had a homeless guy follow me and threaten to choke me outside the physics building on campus, and watched a 13-car cop raid on a drug house just across the street. Needless to say, the area around the university is known for being quite rough and has a notoriously high rate of crime. We would get a few texts a week from the campus police, saying things like there had been a robbery, a break-in, an assault, some stalkings, even an attempted kidnapping here and there. I always ignored these texts though, thinking foolishly that I would never be a victim because I was smart enough to stay out of trouble. You know, not go out alone late at night, all the cliches. I seriously regret this behavior now, and to anyone listening to this, please never think you're 100% safe, no matter your level of preparedness. Always do your best to stay observant and careful. The first incident wasn't too unusual. I was just a block or two from my apartment building one day, in the early evening. It was still light outside even. I was walking my dog Sesame, a cute Shiba Inu who looks just like a fluffy, goofy puppy, and has never been frightening or particularly protective in his life. As I was heading back home, I passed a small parking lot, and in it a large van. I could see a man in his early 60s or so, sitting in the driver's seat and smoking a cigarette. He was staring at me. As I passed, he actually leaned out of his car and called out to me, "Hey, you there! That's a cute dog, what's his name?" I should mention that this isn't even my first story like this. I have a pretty intense fear of strangers, and actually struggle with PTSD from other incidents in my life. Being pretty wary for this reason, I just ignored him and walked on faster. I heard a car door shut behind me though, and turned quickly to see he had gotten out of his van and was now slowly walking toward me. He called out to me again. "Hey baby, I just want to see your dog, come back!" His phrasing pissed me off, and I gripped my dog's leash and started to speed walk away from him, starting to feel a bit nervous. My heart was beginning to pound, but I kept telling myself over and over that I was overreacting. It was just my paranoia acting up, and there was nothing to worry about. Boy, was I wrong. I managed to turn the corner and was about to cross the final park before getting to my apartment. In my fear over the van guy, I wasn't paying as much attention as I usually would to what was in front of me. I looked back over my shoulder, and the guy had stopped following me. He was, however, standing right in the middle of the sidewalk with this huge, creepy grin on his face. I whirled back around with my eyes glued to my building. I only needed to walk another half block and I'd be home. I was going to get away from him and his creepy van. Just when I thought I was safe, though, a group of 5 or 6 men came from the side of the park I wasn't watching. They were all tall and intimidating in stature, and all of them were laughing and looking right at me. Out of the corner of my eye, the van guy had now started walking towards me as well. I remember he was whistling. I again picked up my pace and desperately searched for my keys in my pocket as I hurried to the door. The group of men veered toward me, partially cutting me off, and in my stupid politeness I stopped. They grinned at me with sick perverted smiles, obviously checking me out, looking up and down my body. It made me sick. I tried not to panic and inched closer to my apartment. "Hey, what's your name? Where you going? What's your Snapchat? Is that your apartment right there? Can we come over? Do you smoke?" They all barraged me with questions one after the other. I tried to refuse them, stammering, "No thank you." I saw the van guy then come and join their group as well, leering at me with them. While I inched away, they inched closer. One of them then reached out for me, his fingers actually touching my arm. I leapt back, trying not to start crying, but Sesame suddenly lunged at them, his teeth bared and a horrifying snarl ripping from his throat. Every single bit of that cute Shiba personality was gone. He looked like he wanted to tear these guys' throats out. I guess it startled them enough that I was able to turn around and sprint the final distance to my building, locking the door behind me. I fell to the floor inside, hugging Sesame tight. However, the entire front of my building was glass. To my horror and disbelief, the group of men came and stood in front of the windows, grinning at me, laughing, making kissy faces and lewd gestures at me. The apartment manager came out and called the cops on them, but they ran away once they heard they were coming. I made it back home and scrubbed myself in the shower, crying and shaking in fear. Sesame got a special dinner that evening, and I kept telling myself they just wanted to mess with me, and I was never in any real danger. Stupid of me, I now know. About a month later, when I had finally managed to be able to walk outside my apartment without severe anxiety, I was actually planning on moving a bit farther away from campus. It was still going to be in a somewhat sketchy neighborhood, but the thought of those men knowing where I lived kept me up at night. My apartment had actually hired a security guard to be there 24/7 after someone had broken into the building, smashed all the windows, destroyed the furniture, and stolen a bunch of bikes. Of course, my bike got stolen that time as well. Anyway, I was heading home from class, and it was a beautiful day. I actually felt pretty happy for once, and popped in my earbuds on the last few blocks home. After a block or so, though, I started to feel like someone was watching me. My palms started sweating. I glanced behind me, trying not to look obvious, only to see a tall man about 20 feet behind me, staring straight at me. I snapped my head back around and ripped out my earbuds. No, I thought. That can't be one of them. I must be jumping to conclusions, given my anxiety disorder and paranoia, surely, but there was something familiar about him. My heart started racing, as I hoped to God the others weren't waiting for me around the corner of my building, ready to jump me. I started to walk faster, wishing Sesame was with me. I was too afraid to look back at him, as I fumbled with my keys and wrenched the door open as hard as I could. This turned out to be a crucial mistake. As I ran to the elevator, trying to breathe a sigh of relief, I saw with absolute horror that the man had caught the door I had thrown wide open and was slowly coming into the building with me. He paused, standing away from me, but close enough I could hear his ragged breathing and the smell of alcohol coming off him. My heart was thudding in my chest now, and I struggled to think clearly. The apartment manager was already home for the day, and I was completely alone in the lobby. There were no other doors out of that room, and the stranger was blocking my way to the escape. The security guard who was supposed to be keeping an eye on the building was nowhere to be seen. The elevator came, and I tried to run into it and slam my hand over the door close button as fast as I could. I pushed my floor button and huddled in the far corner of the elevator. I started to once again try to catch my breath, but right when the door was about to close, he stuck his hand in. I couldn't believe it. He waited until the door was just about to close and then stopped it. He was standing close enough that there was no way that was a mistake. My stomach dropped and a suffocating sense of dread crept in. I kept my head down as he joined me. My desperate hope that he was just a dirty, drunken resident of the building was dashed when he didn't press any buttons. I don't know why I didn't run out of the elevator or try to leave the building again. I was paralyzed with fear, and all I could do was watch as the door closed and sealed my fate. The elevator was filled with the stench of alcohol and BO. If I wasn't so terrified, I may have gagged. It was nauseating. I couldn't look at him. I couldn't even move. I tried to scream at myself in my head to press the wrong button and try to escape, but I was completely petrified. He leaned in closer to me, and I heard him breathe in deeply and very quietly sigh like he was content. I felt tears well in my eyes, and the seconds it took to reach the top floor where I lived felt like hours. I saw no way I could escape the sick drunk guy who was smelling me. In the reflection of the elevator walls, I could make out his disgusting smile. He was staring directly at me, his hands in his pockets clearly holding onto something. I'm not religious, but I prayed I would make it to my door in time. I realized he probably wasn't going to attack me in the elevator. There was a large camera in the ceiling. I looked up, feeling a tear spill out of my eye as I did so, hoping that whoever saw the tape would eventually identify this man. The worst part of all of this is that I've trained in martial arts and self-defense since I was about 8 years old. I thought myself as stronger and braver than I was acting. I should know what to do. I should be strong enough to do it. But the truth is, no matter how many times you've disarmed, thrown, or choked out attackers in the studio, nothing will ever prepare you for the real-life situation. As the elevator reached my floor, I managed to snap out of my stupor long enough to dash through the door and run to my apartment unit. I nearly missed the keyhole, but I threw open my door. I was nearly through when my backpack snagged on the outside handle, trapping me in place. I heard the man then leave the elevator and start walking quickly to my door, a low chuckle building in his throat as he watched me panic and struggle to get free. I felt like a mouse being watched by a cat, trapped and helpless, so close to escaping. I finally gave up and shoved my arms through the straps, abandoning my backpack. As I did so, the man suddenly reached out for me. I was able to slam the door in his face though, deadbolting it shut. The gust of air from the door slamming brought his disgusting smell in with me, and my terror and disgust made me retch violently. I looked through the peephole. He was staring right at me, pressing his forehead against the door, his mouth bent in a furious scowl. He swore at me and ripped my backpack off the handle of the door, slamming it to the ground. I winced as I heard my laptop thud. I was still too terrified to say anything, but I grabbed the knife I kept by my door in my hand, ready if he tried anything else. After a few minutes of staring at my door, jiggling the handle, licking the peephole, and making obscene motions at it, he unzipped my backpack, dumping its contents on the floor. He picked up my bag and sniffed it, leering at the peephole as he did so, like he knew I was watching him. I couldn't look away, again paralyzed in fear. Finally, he left, using the elevator visible from my door, like nothing had ever happened. I continued to stare out the peephole for what felt like an eternity, and then finally called the apartment manager, feeling my anger sinking in that the security guard hadn't been anywhere in sight, obviously not paying attention. It turns out he had fallen asleep eating Taco Bell and watching movies on his phone. He had been only 10 feet away from the elevator the entire time, sleeping in the office behind a closed door. They fired him, but the creepy guy was never caught, and neither were any of the others. I don't even know for sure that this man was part of that original group. I was honestly too terrified to look much at their faces during the first incident. I moved out of my apartment a week later, staying with my boyfriend at the time for the remainder of my lease, and keeping Sesame with me at all times when possible. A few more things happened while I lived in that city, from having to call in a gunfight from outside my new apartment window, to having to pick up my friend who was being followed by a van, and having to evacuate during an arson incident. There are nice things about that city too, but during my time there, beside learning the police department was obviously useless and corrupt, to nearly escaping with my life multiple times, I couldn't be happier to be far, far away from there, and doing a lot better with my fear and anxiety. This happened about 4 years ago. For some backstory, I'm from Australia and lived there during this event. At the time, my girlfriend, who is now my wife, lived in another country, but was visiting me over Christmas break. I lived in a big city, which if you drove about an hour in any direction, would either lead into another city or deep into beautiful nature, at least in my opinion. My friends and I decided to take my girlfriend to see some of this beautiful nature area, and decided on a national park, about an hour and a half from where we currently lived. This place was definitely no sort of secret location. It was very well known, but there were a ton of different areas to it, all with different rural and windy roads taking you to the various different areas of the park. We'd gone in 2 separate cars, my friends in one and my girlfriend and I in another, in order to have some time together on the way there. We finished out the day of hiking and were heading down one of the less common roads. I remember seeing this really beat-up old 70s sedan, with a wild-looking dude in the driver's seat, drive past us in the other direction. This wasn't very uncommon. There were a lot of smaller, less economically sound towns spattered around the area, but for some reason, him and his particular car stood out, and my girlfriend noticed it as well. About 200 meters further down the windy road, there was a pull-off area. It was just sort of a semicircle of gravel you could pull off to look at the view towards the ocean. There was a camper van belonging to a company that mostly rented out colorful vans to backpackers, parked there with a woman standing in front of it. As soon as she saw us, she jumped out onto the road and flagged us down right away. Now, I've read enough of these subs to know pulling in to help her on a quiet road might not be the safest idea. But back then, I hadn't had those experiences yet. And besides, my friends were in the car directly behind us. Luckily, though, she wasn't the type of person I wouldn't want to meet. She was quite obviously upset and very scared when we pulled in. I told my girlfriend to wait in the car, and got out to speak to her. She was completely in tears. I can't quite remember where she was from, but I believe it was a Central European country from my memory. She was touring around with her 4 or 5-year-old daughter. She told me her van had broken down and she'd pulled off here. She'd called the van company's assistance line and was now waiting for help. By this time, my friends had pulled in behind us, and a couple of them had come over to see what was up. Apparently, while this woman had been waiting for help, a scary man had driven past her a few times already, the first time pulling over to offer to take her and her daughter to the nearest town for help. She'd thanked him and said no, and that she was waiting for the assistance vehicle. He left, but then kept driving past every 10 minutes in opposite directions, slowing down and looking at them before driving off. She begged us to stay with her while she waited for the assistance vehicle, because the guy terrified her so much, her and her daughter. I agreed readily, and my friends, being the awesome people they are, decided that my girlfriend and I were more than enough and ditched us right away. Thanks, guys. We stayed with the woman for a little while, before the car my girlfriend and I had seen earlier drove past slowly, coming the opposite way we'd seen him from the first time. As soon as he'd driven around the bend, the lady told us that was the scary man she'd been seeing from before we got there. This got my girlfriend and I to take her much more seriously, after the feeling we'd gotten from that guy just seeing him on the road before. A few minutes later, he came back from the other direction, and pulled into the parking area this time. For some more context, I'm not a very intimidating man. I'm tall, but I have basically zero muscle and fairly soft features. So there was really not much intimidating factor between me, a terrified foreign woman, her tiny daughter, and my small girlfriend, parked off on a quiet road in a rural location. Great. He gets out. He was redneck as hell and definitely not friendly looking. No judgment on the redneck part, by the way. I come from a poorer country town north of our city, and those are my type of people. So I'm just trying to set the picture. He struts over to us. At this point, I walk towards him and put myself between the girls and him. I have no idea where this particular bravery came from. I wouldn't describe myself as the hero type normally. He looked at the girls and then over at me and asked if he could help. I told him no. We were waiting for the assistance vehicle and told him we've got it covered now. He says maybe he can stay and wait with the woman and her daughter so we don't have to. I tell him we're more than happy to stay and thank him again. He just kind of stood there while staring at all of us, not really saying anything, and giving off some mega creepy and angry vibes. After what seemed like forever, another car drove past us and looked out but kept going. This seemed to startle him a bit. He mumbled good luck and got in his car and drove off. We waited with this poor scared woman and her daughter for almost 90 minutes. We ended up talking quite a lot, and hopefully we made her opinions of Australians a little bit better after that mega creep encounter. He even drove past a few more times after he'd left us that time. Finally, though, the assistance vehicle arrived. It was a bigger dude who could definitely handle himself. I asked to see his ID and stuff just to be safe, but he was in a car marked by the company. He had all his tools and definitely was legit. We gave the lady my number and asked her to text me when she was off safe. She was so grateful to us for staying with her for such a long time. It made me feel good that even if this dude was just a weird, awkward country guy that didn't mean harm and was really trying to help, we had still made her feel more comfortable in a strange country she wasn't familiar with. I don't think he was a good guy, though. I definitely believe he was up to no good. But since he never actually got the chance to try anything, I guess we'll never know. I did get a message from her to say she was safe, so thankfully everything ended well in the end. This took place 2 summers ago in the hometown of the Cowboys. Now I'm aware of human trafficking in this city. I actually had a coworker pulled out of work and put in a safe house by the FBI because she finally decided to rat on her family. However, I never thought they randomly snatched people. I mean, in all the stories, they always use drugs or coercion. So 2 summers ago, I'm cycling to a smoke shop. It's kinda out of my way and not in a great neighborhood, but I was fairly confident. It was daylight and I ride all over the city anyway and know the store very well. I was 24, short and had short pink hair as well. I had always considered myself a bit too intimidating to randomly kidnap. I forget that even if I'm a veteran, I'm also a short white girl as well. I pull up to a crosswalk and I'm waiting for a light when these 2 Hispanic guys start catcalling me from this windowless white van. No identification, no stickers. Even the way they yelled at me was weird. It wasn't the typical nice tits or her, let me fuck you locker room bullshit. They would talk to each other and then yell through a cracked window about how we're gonna get you and you're next. It felt off, like they were very excited, but I just flipped them both off and rode away. End of the story, right? Over a mile later, I'm right around the block from my destination. To set it up, there was this massive empty lot, really more like 2 lots together, on my right. That was the side I was riding down. To my left, there was a back fence of a very, very old and probably abandoned house. It was like that all around. Mostly drifters and old people in poverty around there. A few trap houses as well. The point is, there was no one else visible, and even if they had seen this, they probably wouldn't have said anything for their own safety. I'm pedaling along when the album ends, and I think, I'm almost there, I'm not gonna stop and fumble with my phone. This saved my life. As I'm thinking this, a white van pulls up on my left and stays right inside my peripheral. They revved the engine a few times and tried to spook me, but something told me not to move. Don't let them know you know. So I acted like my music was still playing and pedaled on a little bit faster. Up ahead of me was a brick wall to my left and a tall tree over it before a quick alley entrance. Suddenly, they punched the gas and pulled up right in front of me, stopping next to that brick wall. They were trying to corner or funnel me, putting me in a position where I had to ride between their door and the wall. This happened in the span of maybe 7 seconds. I honestly didn't panic though. I didn't actively register any fear or sweat or anything. It was like someone much calmer took over my body and instantly said, nope. I remember crossing the street right away, without even thinking about my movements or even why I was doing it. As I pedaled up their other side, I realized this was the same van from before, and now it had a window repair magnet on the side. It was too small to look good and had absolutely no contact info, just a generic name. I kept rubbernecking and saw there was no one in the front, but there was movement behind the seats. The guys were in the back waiting by the door. They had planned to literally drag me off my bike off the street and do God knows what to me. Once I was past, they scrambled into the front seat and pulled out so hard they burnt rubber. I got to the store safe and sound, but I still hate myself for not taking down the plate number. Not that it would do any good, of course. They probably switched them out later. I knew I had almost been kidnapped or killed or worse, but it wasn't until I told the story to someone from Mexico that I found out it was traffickers. They said it sounded sadly familiar and happens all the time. I have no family and my roommates are just roommates. I would have been gone for 3 to 7 days before anyone decided something was wrong. Even then, they would have just known I left on my bike and vanished. I would have been across the border or dead before anyone even knew I was gone. Some backstory. My parents split when I was about 14. It wasn't a good breakup either. My dad was an abusive drug addict, so when my mom left him, she was in a really bad place. Her, my older sister, my sister was in her 20s and in full-blown party mode at the time, kept taking her to local bars since my mom was very depressed. This led my mom to becoming a full-on alcoholic since my sister was well on her way to becoming one too. During one of these nights, she met a new guy. I didn't really know much about him, just that they met him and his brother at a bar, and now she was suddenly dating him. It went pretty fast. My sister would flirt with the brother to get free food and drinks from him. Around this time, I was 15, and I could just tell this dude seemed off. He was probably in his early 40s or so, and he was always going on my mom's dates with his brother. He just kinda hung around them a lot. One day, my sister decided she wanted sushi, and called the brother up to take us, because she knew he would pay. I didn't want to go, but we didn't have food in the house and I was extremely hungry. We didn't have a sushi place in our town though, so we had to drive to the city, which was about 30 minutes away. The entire ride there, I just had this warning feeling in my stomach that kept telling me to get out of the car, that this was a bad idea. I was a giant ball of anxiety the whole 30 minutes. My sister sat in the front seat completely oblivious to what was happening. Meanwhile, I kept catching him staring at me in the rear-view mirror. Once we got to the restaurant, he sat himself directly across from me. He wanted to sit next to me, but I rushed to sit next to my sister instead. It was really awkward, but my sister talked a lot, so I was able to kinda hide myself away. Eventually though, she got up to go to the bathroom, and then I was all alone with him. Almost immediately, he asked me if I had a boyfriend, and I said no. "That's good," he said. "You're too good for high school boys. They're only after one thing." I just nodded, not really knowing how to respond. He then went on to ask if I liked Disneyland, and I said yes. He got very excited and went on about how he would take me, but hotels were very expensive, so we'd have to share a room together. It would be just us, so my mom and his brother could have their alone time. He said my sister couldn't come either, because he couldn't afford to pay for both of us to go. At this point, I was extremely uncomfortable, and I just wanted my sister to come back. Finally, she did, and he switched to talking to her like nothing had ever happened. She didn't even notice that anything was wrong, or that he kept on staring at me. Once we finished, he took us home and invited himself in. At this point, I went to my room right away and locked the door and hid myself. At one point, he tried to open my door, but stopped once he felt it was locked. My mom and her boyfriend came home around then. I tried talking to my sister, but she brushed me off almost immediately. They had invited us back to their house, and I wanted so badly to stay home, but they forced me to go. Almost immediately, my mom and her boyfriend went to the room and left my sister and I with his brother. He got my sister drunk pretty fast and tried to get me to drink too, but I kept refusing. It got to the point where my sister was almost blackout drunk. I was freaking out because once she finally passed out, it would be just me and him. I started frantically texting my brothers, hoping one of them would come pick me up. Thank God my oldest brother responded. I told him what was happening, and he came to get me pretty fast. He showed up and told the guy that it was very late and I had to go to school, so he was going to take me home now. He tried to protest, but my brother was very firm about it. He loaded my sister in the car, texted my mom he was taking us home, and then we left. My brother didn't live with us since he was about 30 at the time and had his own family, so he really didn't know what was going on. I told him the full story of everything that was happening in my life. He got real quiet, and then waited till my mom got home. He told her off, ashamed of her for putting me in that situation, and told her that if it continued at all, he would move me into his house instead. My mom broke down then, and told him she wanted to break up with her boyfriend because of his brother. I found out when I was older that he would sneak by the door to listen to them when they had sex. I think more happened as well, but my mom never talked about it more than that. She broke up with him, got a good job, and sobered up with the help of my brother. It took my sister a lot longer, but eventually she got her life together too. To start this off, I'd like to give a bit of context. This happened 4 years ago. I'm a girl, and at the time this happened, I was 12, going on 13 in just about a month or two. The friend I mention in this story was 14 at the time. My friend Sally, who I was staying with that night, was quite a bit older than me. At least at the time, the 2-year age gap seemed quite big. At 12 to 13 years old, I was just about to start my second year of middle school, whereas Sally should have been about to begin her sophomore year of high school. I met her at the beginning of my first year at a new school. She was older than the other kids in our grade, and was considered one of the more popular kids. I think that was what drew me to her at first. We became fast friends, and before we knew it, we were spending every single weekend together. Seriously, every single weekend. Nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary. It was your typical Friday night. We carpooled to her family's apartment after school. I've always been a picky eater, so when her family had dinner, I decided not to eat with them that night. Instead, I just snacked on a Pop-Tart that I'd stowed away in my backpack, just in case they had ordered something that I wouldn't eat. Something to note is that her family was very religious. I wouldn't go as far as to say they were fanatics or anything, but they didn't allow their kids to watch horror movies or anything that was rated PG-13 or older. I guess it stemmed from the desire to protect them from something they deemed inappropriate. Sally's mother had an irrational fear that scary movies had satanic messages, whatever that means. So when we asked to watch The Purge, her mom obviously said no. After some negotiating, though, she agreed to let us watch Hunger Games instead. After the movie, Sally and I went to hang out in her room. She put on some music, and being the age we were, we gave each other makeovers. By the end of it, we were looking much older than just 12 and 14. This part of the night is when things started to seem off to me. You see, Sally wasn't the most positive influence. Despite being my best friend at the time, she was very manipulative and honestly got off on putting me down. She also had this habit of talking to men online and lying about her age. She showed me some text between her and the man she was talking to. I can't quite give you an exact recount of them, but they consisted of him trying to convince her to meet up with him desperately and just the usual things you'd expect from a creep online. According to him, he was 19, tall, and blonde with soulful blue eyes. Once I saw the texts, I asked if she'd ever actually seen a picture of him. Even at that age, something didn't sit right with me after seeing those messages. She showed me what he looked like, and he was very clearly not 19. This man was at least 40 years old and looked like he lived in his mother's basement. That's when we suddenly got a call from him. Sally answered without hesitation, and when I heard the voice on the other end of the call, I immediately felt like I was going to be sick. "You're so pretty. Why don't you come and meet me?" he asked. Sally said that she couldn't because she was spending the night with a friend. The mention of that sparked his interest very much. He then proceeded to try and convince both of us to meet with him instead. Sally, lacking any common sense, said yes. Thus began her plan for us to sneak out and walk 15 blocks to meet him in a deserted McDonald's parking lot. I really didn't want to go. I was raised on stories of what happens to teen girls who meet random men from the internet in person, but after adamant pleading from Sally that she didn't feel safe going by herself, I agreed. We took our phones with us for this walk. I also had the foresight to stuff a kitchen knife in my bra just in case something were to happen, and I needed to defend myself. The route we had to take to get there didn't have very many street lamps, and there weren't many houses either. We were completely surrounded by trees on both sides of us too. When we got to this parking lot, the only car parked nearby was a black beat-up 2000 Toyota Corolla. The car was still running when we got there, and from what we could tell, there was more than one person inside. The man from the picture got out of the front passenger seat and left the door open behind him, before starting to approach us. I turned my flash on so I could see, and I noticed he was very obviously on something. I can't tell you what kind of drug it was for the life of me, but his eyes were so wide they looked like they were about to burst from his head. He was jittery and twitching all over the place. I became very conscious of how big he was. Maybe 6'2" and around 280 pounds as well. For reference, my friend and I did not look our ages, even without makeup. I'm about 5'2", and my friend was actually pretty tall, probably around 5'6" or 7" at that age. We were both still significantly smaller than him. The man reached out for us and grabbed my friend by the arm. I went to get my knife as quickly as I could, and that's when I saw his friends getting out of the car. He started to invite us back to his car and offered us booze and drugs, but after seeing me pull my knife and seeing that I was ready to call the police as well, he released my friend. I took Sally's arm and ran faster than I ever had in my entire life. We took the long way home to avoid them finding out where she lived, just in case they decided to follow us. Once we got there, her family was still sound asleep. We locked all the doors, closed the blinds, and blocked him on everything. There would not be any sleeping that night. We were constantly peeking out the window, and to our dismay, that same Toyota Corolla began to circle around her apartment building. Not once, not twice, a full 3 times. I never mentioned any of this to my parents out of fear of getting grounded or being in trouble. I'm 16 now, and they still have no clue. I still get nervous when I see a car similar to the one from that night. As for Sally, her parents never found out either. We both agreed to never speak about it again. Thankfully for her, she moved into a new house just a few weeks after that happened, though. Safe to say, Sally and I haven't spoken in a full 3 years. She was really pissed at me for ruining her night, and needless to say, our friendship did not last long after that. We had a pretty bad falling out, actually, but looking back on it now, I guess it was definitely for the better. So, to Sally, thank you for teaching me a very valuable lesson and making me realize that some people are best just left alone. And to the man and his friends who tried to prey on 2 young girls that night, I hope we never meet again. So this happened a few months ago. I'm a sophomore in college and was traveling down to my hometown over break. I was having some relationship issues with my stepmom, so I didn't want to stay at my dad's house the night I arrived at my hometown. I phoned a friend of mine from high school and asked if I could stay at his place instead. I knew from social media that he was still in town, and I've stayed at his place before, so I knew there would be a place for me to stay if they would still allow it. My friend, let's call him Z, seemed like a pretty normal dude. We weren't like best friends or anything, but we were pretty close by the time we graduated. We would occasionally text or hang out if I was in town and catch up, reminisce on all the times we spent together in orchestra or English class. So when I called, he seemed extremely enthusiastic. Z was a normally very upbeat guy, but this time it seemed like he was getting a brand new car or something. I didn't think too much about it at the time, and he said of course I could sleep in the guest room, so I headed on over. When I got to his house, he was just as excited as he had been on the phone. He was bringing up different things to do, like getting high or watching weird movies or playing video games together. Z's parents weren't home, so he really wanted to take the opportunity to smoke. I was pretty tired from the drive, but since we rarely got to see each other, I thought a little bit of friendly bonding couldn't hurt anyone. We played Smash Bros, smoked some weed together, and chatted away for a few hours. It was longer than I wanted, but I was having a lot of fun, so whatever, right? By the time it was getting late, though, around 2 a.m., he started to ask some pretty weird questions. If I ever wondered what it was like to kill someone, or if I thought anyone would miss me when I was gone. This, along with some pretty normal questions, like if I had a boyfriend, how my parents were doing, if I was making a lot of new friends at school. It gave me a weird feeling, though. I was confused in the moment, but it didn't hit me until after that Z could be assessing me for something bad. The weirdness of it all just made me want to go to bed. We stopped the game and both went into the basement where his room and the guest room were. We say goodnight and I go to my room and get ready for bed. I'm having a bit of trouble sleeping though. Just a bit of insomnia that I'd had for a while. I stay awake for around an hour until I begin to hear some movement outside my room. The walls were pretty thin, so I could hear footsteps walking past my door and up the stairs to the main floor, then back down quickly after. What struck me as odd was that I didn't hear the basement door open, which creaks when it does. The light also didn't turn on either, so I was confused about what Z was doing. I heard him go back into his room, but I had this odd feeling. Just ever since I'd met him this night, he seemed a lot different than he'd ever been before. I decided to look him up quickly on social media and Google to see if there was anything out of the ordinary that I could find. Everything seemed normal at first, until I found his Tumblr, which was linked from his inactive Twitter account that I still had on my Twitter contact list. His Tumblr was, well, disturbing. There were graphic drawings of mutilated bodies of humans and animals, links to suspicious-looking websites I didn't even dare to click on, and texts, posts, and stories about murdering, cannibalism, necrophilia, and torture. There were photos of guns, knives, axes, and various weapons, which after looking closely looked like they were taken in his bedroom. The last post, about a week prior, was a text post from the account saying he wished he could find someone easy to kill like a homeless person. I was immediately filled with dread. I knew he was going to do something. He must have gone up the stairs to lock the door. I packed my things. Luckily, I packed very lightly. I opened this small window at the top of my bedroom's wall. I started desperately climbing through, and just as I was pulling my legs up and over, he opened the door. It was dark, but the streetlight illuminated just enough for me to see he was carrying something long and skinny, probably a knife. He didn't say anything. I didn't say anything either. I just turned around, hopped in my car, and drove away as fast as I could to my dad's house. I immediately blocked him everywhere and reported his Tumblr account, but not before telling the police. They said they couldn't do anything, as the guns were registered under his dad, and he hadn't actually had the chance to do anything yet. Nevertheless, I also told my other high school friends not to hang out with Z anymore. Ever since then, I've been creeped out whenever I meet new people. Just the realization that someone I knew so well could underneath be this person who would want to hurt me so bad, who would kill me for no reason. I don't know what you're doing now, Z, and I'm not sure I want to know, but I do hope you're getting help. This story happened quite a few years ago, when I was much younger and much more naive as well. I want to preface this story by stating that I've since learned my lesson. I'm now in a happy and long-term relationship that's taught me a lot about my self-worth. I also apologize for length and any unnecessary details there might be. It's been quite a long time since I've let myself think about this, and it was quite cathartic to write this all out. This started my second year of university. I'm a female and am overweight somewhat. I was very focused on my studies while in high school, so even though I had a large group of friends and went to a lot of parties as well, I always put my school first. I didn't date at all because I saw it as a distraction. And to be completely honest with myself, no one was really interested in me. Most of my male friends were gay, and the straight ones were already dating my other friends. It wasn't until university that I decided maybe it was time for me to open myself up to the concept that I could start dating, and maybe share my time with someone. So, about a week after school started, I was heading to our local mall to hang out with some friends and buy some new clothes for the year. I just needed enough nice things for the first week, and then I really couldn't care what I looked like. At this time, I had a license, but I didn't possess a car, so the only means of transportation available to me were walking, friends that took pity on me, and the bus. Unfortunately, as fate would have it, today I was at the mercy of public transportation. I was already on my connecting bus heading to the mall when I watched as a young guy waltzed on. He looked to be a few years older than me and was in quite good shape as well. As this was the bus heading to the mall, the route was quite busy, and my seat was the last seat open. He proceeded to sit next to me. I really didn't pay him much attention as I was texting my friend. When I was finished texting, I did everything I could to not engage with the guy beside me. My phone was an older phone that had a slide-out keyboard, but no internet access or games either. I was able to avoid his stare for all of about 10 minutes until he shifted his weight and I made accidental eye contact with him. It was at this point he smiled at me and said I looked quite beautiful. He commented on how pale my skin was and how pretty it looked contrasting against my dress. I smiled uncomfortably but began talking to him. It was nice to be acknowledged, but I was still wary. I gave him a fake name, Olivia, and we continued conversing. When the bus stopped at the mall, he asked me what my number was, but I told him that I didn't know him that well and I would see him around. I spent the whole day with my friends, and then it was time to head home. My mother had already arranged to pick me up at the plaza closer to our house, but I still needed to take the bus to this location. As I'm sitting down for the ride back, I see that same guy coming onto the bus. I hate to admit that I was actually a bit happy to see him there, and when he sat down beside me, I was a bit flattered. We talked the whole ride, and when his stop came up, he asked for my phone number. This time, I gave him my Facebook instead. He actually laughed when he realized I'd provided him with a fake name at first, and credited me with being smart about it. I'm a naturally cautious person, and my Facebook really didn't contain any personal details, or really even pictures, as I mostly used it to just connect with friends for group assignments or have private chats and messages, so I really didn't feel nervous about providing him that information. That night, he began messaging me right away, and for a few weeks, we only chatted on Facebook. After a few weeks of chatting though, I felt comfortable enough with him to give him my cell phone number and arrange a face-to-face meeting. To my excitement, the meetup went quite well. We met in a public coffee shop and paid our own ways. At the end of this date, we went our separate ways, and I was actually looking forward to seeing him again. We make plans to go on another date, but in about a week or so. Life is a bit crazy around September, and I felt bad for putting off more time together, but he seemed to understand and gave me some space. This next date he planned on his own to give me some time to deal with my personal life, and I thought that was very sweet of him. He wanted to pick me up, but I agreed to meet him at the movie theater instead. We still hadn't really known each other that long, and I didn't quite want him knowing where I lived just yet. I'm really thankful I made this decision. The theater was also in a plaza that was not very far away from my house. We went to see Paranormal Activity 2 in the theater. I love scary movies so much. I actually find them more funny than scary. The entire movie I was laughing, having a grand old time, but when I looked over at him, he didn't seem so pleased. This put me on edge, but I tried not to worry, and chalked it up to him not wanting to look scared in front of me when I'm clearly not afraid or something. When the movie ends, he proceeds to explain his plan and why he was looking so dour. He was hoping I would get so scared that I would jump into his arms for protection, and he would be able to use that as a segue into more intimate activities. The dinner plans we were supposed to have afterwards weren't real at all. He was just hoping to take me home with him. I was not okay with this plan, so I faked that my mom had called me and I had to go home immediately. He asked for a ride as he actually had walked over to the theater. I agree, and we get in my car and I drive him to his house. I figured out that he didn't have a car at his disposal and was originally going to come pick me up in a friend's car. He also lived a 2-minute walk from the theater. As I drop him off at his house, he goes in for a kiss. I try to turn my face, but he holds it in place. When he's finished kissing me, he's talking about how much he loves me, and is looking forward to spending all his time with me from now on. I was floored and disgusted with the situation a bit, so I laughed nervously and said goodbye. Before I reversed out of his driveway, he tried to open my driver's side door, but thankfully it was locked. My window was slightly rolled down though, and he tried to shove it down with his fingers. When I didn't relent, he proceeded to kiss my window and then let me leave. I was officially creeped out now, and wanted to get home as fast as possible. For the first few days after the date, I felt very uncomfortable with the whole situation. He had started texting me non-stop, and the texts were getting progressively creepier. They started from the typical "I love you" stuff, then went to "I can't wait to marry you," and then "our babies are going to be the most beautiful babies in the world." I had only known this guy about a month, and he was already talking about babies and marriage. I showed a friend the text and explained the situation. She gave me a big hug and told me her own story. She suggested that if I was really done with him, that I should just break up with him. Just because he made the first move, I wasn't a prude or a tease for deciding to end it. I didn't know him anything. I felt so much lighter after talking to her that I messaged him right away and broke things off. I went to class thinking it was going to be just that easy. But of course it was not. He proceeded to flood my phone with text messages. At first, they were concerned. He wondered where he'd gone wrong and what he did to scare me off. When I didn't respond instantaneously, though, he changed tactics and started saying he was going to kill himself and that I was his soulmate. At this point, I had just gotten out of class and was finally able to address these texts. I called him and explained that I just didn't feel a connection. It was better for me to end it early and that I didn't want to lead him on. I also told him that it was not worth killing himself over, and that if he was really feeling that way, that he needed to speak to someone about it who could help him. This started a brand new barrage of texts and voicemails, calling me various terrible names and blaming me for everything. That it was my fault he was going to kill himself and that I was a terrible person. He called my phone constantly, causing me to have to flat out turn it off. This is around the point which I told my mom. She didn't judge me for not telling her earlier. She was supportive that I'd tried to handle it my own way, but she was angry that this guy was acting this erratic. She was a bit nervous at his escalation, especially because she worked in criminal law and saw the worst of humanity on a daily basis. I followed her advice and texted him I was not responsible for his choices or behavior, and that I stood by my decision to break off with him. I told him I wouldn't respond anymore, and if he persisted, I would be forced to contact the police. The last part only made things worse, though, and he continued to send me messages about self-harm. When I stopped responding, he turned to threatening me and my family. He threatened he would find where I lived and kill me, and then hang himself as well. I immediately removed him off of Facebook and warned all my friends not to give out my personal information to anyone. I was comforted knowing he had no idea where I lived, but I frequented that plaza often with my family. I was scared he would see me one day and follow me home. The scariest thing was that I only lived 5 minutes away from him, so it was feasible that he could randomly spot me anywhere in our neighborhood. I became a recluse, and the messages continued. They would get more and more aggressive. At first, he was only threatening me, but then he began attacking my family as well. When he threatened to murder my sister, I lost it. I'd had enough, and I was ready to stand up for myself. I called him and waited. When he picked up the phone, he tried to act all sweet. I didn't even give him any chance to try and smooth things over with me, though. I told him that threatening me was one thing, but coming after my family now was another. I told him he was a horrible person and absolute filth. I also said a few things I'm not proud of, but in the moment they made sense to say. I told him it was over. I was done with his bullshit. One more attempt and I was going straight to the cops. I reminded him that I knew where he lived, and it would be very easy to find him. I like to think it was that last part that scared him, because after that he hung up on me and never contacted me again. For the next little while, though, I was very cautious about leaving my house, and my family avoided that plaza at all costs. I saved all the threatening text messages, just in case, and kept my old phone even when I upgraded to a new one. About a year and a half later, my friend decided to look him up on Facebook, against my wishes. She discovered that he'd moved away, and I didn't need to worry about a chance meeting with him ever again. She also discovered he had a new fiancée that was basically my exact twin. It was unsettling to know she was almost identical to me, and he had started dating her almost immediately after I told him to finally leave me alone. So let me set the scene. It's late summer, I'm 18, and I had just recently moved 2 hours away from home to attend university. My course was a fairly niche one, prehistory and archaeology, so there aren't really that many students. Maybe 50 total who start the course every year. I have pretty severe anxiety, to the point where I'd be unable to just talk to strangers sometimes, so making new friends was very hard for me. A few weeks into the semester, a guy starts to sit next to me in our shared classes. He introduced himself to me as Michael and told me he was 32. I'm not judgmental at all. I actually think it's really great when people who are a bit older decide to go back to university. But this guy clearly looked like he was in his 40s. It was a bit odd of him to lie about such a thing, I thought to myself, but whatever. I'm just glad I'm not the weird girl who never talks to anyone in class anymore. We talk a bit, and after class, I'm on my way out of the building. I put in my headphones when he taps me on my shoulder. I really hate when strangers touch me. He asked me what song I was listening to. I told him. He immediately goes, "Oh yeah, that's the band with the sexy lead singer who always wears lingerie, right?" I'm just like, "Yeah," in a pretty hesitant tone. What a weird comment to just make to somebody. He continues by asking me what I was up to now. I tell him I'm on my way to get coffee before my class an hour later, and he just invites himself to join me. So we get on the tram to go to the place where I get my coffee, and he keeps recommending me various music to listen to. All heavy metal bands, which I'm really not into and never implied I was. I guess he just assumed because my hair was red at the time. As we got to the coffee place, we order, and he insists on paying for my coffee. As we wait for our drinks, he asks me for my phone number. I don't ever give my number to people I don't know, and the whole thing was already making me really uncomfortable at this point as well, as he started to move closer and closer to me. Again, really uncomfortable, my anxiety brain starts to ring all the alarm bells. He hands me his phone. My name is already in his contact list, just waiting for my number. Panicked, I put it in, pretty sure he's exactly the kind of guy who'd try to call immediately to make sure I didn't give him a wrong number. And surprise, surprise, he did just that. Side note, please don't ever do that. When someone gives you a wrong number, they aren't into you but don't feel comfortable to say no. I go to my uni building my next class is in. He follows me there, too. He didn't even have a class there. He just wanted to follow me around, I guess. I'm about 40 minutes early for my class, but at this point I was so uncomfortable about this guy that I was just happy to have any reason to leave. As I'm telling him I'm off, he goes in for a hug and kisses me on the cheek. I give it an awkward laugh and run off. After this, he'd text me all the time. Just pointless shit and actually some pretty racist, completely random memes. I tried to avoid him as much as possible. I started to skip classes I knew he was in, or coming late so I could get a seat as far away from him as possible, and close to the door so I could leave quickly afterward. After I made a couple of friends by just inserting myself into an already existing friend group, we started to realize he had actually pulled this shit on several people and made many of the students super uncomfortable. He was reported to the uni for being a creep. Of course, they didn't do anything. He also turned out to be a complete nut job when he held presentations and seminars and argued with professors after they told him how wrong he was about basically everything. We have to work in an excavation site for a month in summer, and everyone who worked with him said he was a horrible person. He was ultimately expelled for various reasons, the final straw being when he called the department head a Nazi for not taking him on an excursion that was already full. I did, sadly, see him again after that, when I was sat on a park bench in front of the uni. I hoped he wouldn't recognize me, as I had dyed my hair green by that point. But nope. He walked right up to me. I was absolutely terrified of him after hearing everyone else's stories. A friend had even hitched a ride with him once and he tried to attack her during it. just said I had to get to my class and left immediately. I get anxiety just thinking about encountering him ever again. This happened a long time ago. I'm guessing back in 2006 or so. I can't have been much older than 4 years old at the time, yet I vividly remember the fear I felt during this encounter. It was an early summer morning and the sun was already up, but very few people were out. In fact, the streets were practically dead that morning. My mom decided to take my sister, only 1 year old and seated in a stroller, and I to throw away some garbage at the garbage station. I might add that the garbage station was kind of secluded from nearby houses, bordering one of those deep, dark forests of eastern Sweden. Since I was only 4 years old when this happened, the memories from that incident have faded a lot. However, my mom clearly remembers all of it. She says that upon entering the garbage station, she immediately got an eerie feeling of being watched. I remember that distinct feeling too, feeling creeped out even though I couldn't tell why I was scared. I guess because I was a child, I could sense my mom's fear. Walking along that secluded garbage station, my mom suddenly stopped out of nowhere and told me this: "Hold on to the stroller as hard as you can and don't let go, no matter what." That's the most vivid memory I have of this event, and I don't think I'll ever forget the way she said those words. I know I'll at least never forget how they made me feel. It was as if my blood had instantly turned to ice. I just froze. My mom sounded so stern, but even a toddler can sense when someone's scared shitless, and my mom was definitely afraid of something. The rest is kind of a blur. I can't really remember that much apart from the aforementioned, so I'll let the rest of this story be told from the perspective of my mother. This is the recollection of her experience, recalled to the best of my abilities but written in my own words. Not far from where we were standing, a truck was parked with a man seated in the front seat. Nothing too unusual. A lot of truck drivers stopped to rest by the side of the road. But this man was just staring at the three of us. He would not stop staring. He gazed right at me, examining my body with the determined gaze of a predator, gluing the three of us in his sight. I could see on his face that he seemed to be pleased by the fear he had instilled in us. And his eyes, they were something else, almost as if they didn't belong to a human being, but a predator on the savannah or something. I felt like I was prey stuck in the claw of a lion. I just couldn't move. That's when he smiled at me. I remember that dead smile and those cold, calculating eyes, the way he licked his lips, almost as if to say, "I could kill you if I wanted to." I believe it was around this point in time into this strange encounter when my mom told me to hold on to the stroller tightly and not let go. My mom was a small woman, 160 centimeters, weighing only about 45 kilograms, so about 5 feet and 100 pounds. She could very easily have been overpowered by this overweight man in the truck. My mom later admitted she was afraid he'd jump out and knock her out, possibly assaulting her and even kidnapping me and my 1-year-old sister. We started to bolt out of there. We didn't throw away that much garbage that morning. Instead, we turned around and walked home as fast as Mom could do with a stroller and a 4-year-old toddler by her side. We never really talked about what happened that day afterward, up until very recently. That incident had always lingered somewhere in the back of my mind as that weird thing that happened when I was a child, and every time I walked past that garbage station, I would get a weird feeling in the pit of my stomach. As previously mentioned, this happened around 2006 or so. Fast forward to 2008. The face of a 10-year-old little girl called Angela was printed across the front page of every newspaper in sight. She had been abducted, sexually assaulted, and murdered. The perpetrator was an overweight truck driver named Anders Eklund, now known as one of Sweden's most infamous killers. Anders Eklund was charged with the murder of Angela, alongside the rape and murder of a woman named Pernilla. He was also suspected of abducting another little girl who's still missing, making him a pedophile as well, a serial rapist, and a serial killer. My mom says when she saw Eklund's picture in the paper, especially when she saw those cold, familiar eyes, she knew that was the very same creepy man from the garbage station that early morning all those years ago. Thinking about how my mom, my sister, or me, or maybe even all three of us could have been his victims, sends chills up my spine. I'm glad he's behind bars now. When I was in my early 20s and living in Chicago, I wasn't making very much money. When I found this apartment, it was too good to be true. The top floor of a duplex with 6 rooms for just $775 a month. The agent who showed me the apartment stressed to me that the landlords were very religious. I didn't really have a problem with that, even though it did sound a little bit ominous. The landlords were an elderly couple that lived downstairs. They seemed quite okay at first. When I saw them in the yard, they would smile at me, wave. I took good care of the house. Then, when they saw I was having my boyfriend over though, things started to get really weird. One day, I was in my office writing. I hear a knock at the door. I open it, and it's the old lady from downstairs. Before I could even say hello, she spouts out, "Have you ever had an abortion?" I shut the door right in her face. "No thanks, not dealing with that." This was a colossal mistake, though. The house was laid out kinda weird. There was a door at the bottom of a flight of stairs that I thought led to a communal laundry room. But after accidentally opening it once, I discovered it led directly into my landlord's living room. I unfortunately learned this the hard way. I was in my kitchen cooking. My boyfriend was at work at the time, and I was by myself when I heard what sounded like the click of a door. "Okay," I say out loud. "What the fuck was that?" I didn't really make the connection that it could have been the door that led into their living room at first. I walk into the hallway and look around. I don't see anyone at the end of it. I poke my head into all of the rooms. Nobody there. Then I look down the staircase leading to their house, and the neighbor lady is standing on the stairs just staring at me. I screamed. She flinched and stepped back into her apartment immediately and swung the door shut tight. After that, every time I left the house, and I spent every possible moment outside of it after that incident, I would come back and something would have been moved. A window would be newly shut. Once, the shower was even dripping and my towel was damp. I couldn't lock the door because it was technically the door to their house, and they were the only ones that had the key. The knocking got so frequent 3 or 4 times a day that my boyfriend and I propped up an old mattress so we wouldn't have to hear it while we slept. The second to last straw was when I opened the door for work and the stairs were gone. I physically could not leave my house because there were no longer any stairs. They had been dismantled and were sitting on their front porch. I called them repeatedly, but they refused to answer. Finally, their son came out of the house and explained they were remodeling their porch. He told me I had to cut through their apartment downstairs. I descended those stairs and opened the door. They were both sitting at their filthy kitchen table, staring at me. The phone was in its cradle. They must have been hearing it ring the entire time, yet they kept staring at me with this blank look on their faces. I crossed their kitchen and left out their back door. A few days later, I came home from my job and noticed the bathroom floor was almost completely flooded, like somebody had left a faucet on, or maybe the shower and it had overflowed. The old woman, seeing that I had come home, came upstairs and knocked, screaming at me that I had flooded the bathroom and her son had come to fix it. I was so run down at this point, though, that I just told her it was okay. Her son comes by a few hours later, completely shit-faced. I open the door and tell him that I need an hour or so before he comes in. He gets so angry at this, he picks up something and swings it at me. It was a massive wrench. I somehow managed to duck out of the way, and he stumbled over. I booked it down the newly repaired steps as quick as possible and called the police. They came by and took down a complaint, but claimed since there was no physical contact, they couldn't do anything. I learned later that the old couple had a daughter on the force. In the middle of the night, me, my boyfriend, and several of his friends packed all our stuff into a Chevy Astro. We lived in hotels and the van for a month until we managed to find another house. They never did attempt to contact us again after this. When I was about 12 or so, my great-uncle John came from Ukraine to visit us in Canada. He had a lot of stories to tell, but this was the one that stood out to me. In the late 1960s, John was traveling by train from his village to another to visit his family. He had to change trains at one point and was dropped off at what amounted to a platform in a small hut, right in the middle of nowhere. There was no one else at the station, and other than a dirt road that led off into the surrounding woods, there was nothing there either. He waited for quite some time, but no train ever came. It was winter and getting colder and darker as well, just about the time he started worrying about a place to stay and some food to eat. An old woman appeared out of the twilight. She asked him if he was there waiting for such and such train, and when he said that he was, she said that it wouldn't be coming along until the following day. She asked if he needed a bed for the night, and offered him a warm meal and a room at her house, which she said was only about an hour's walk from the station. Lodging with locals was more or less the standard when traveling in this part of the USSR, and great-uncle John wasn't looking forward to a hungry night on a cold platform, so he was all too glad to accept her offer. He took his suitcase, and they set off together down that dark road into the forest. It was more than an hour away, more like 2, and by the time they arrived at the woman's small 2-story house, John was obviously very tired and hungry. They went inside, and the woman lit some oil lamps and warmed up some borscht for them. It was the first time John was able to see the woman clearly. He was a bit startled to realize who he had thought was an old woman was actually a man. Not wanting to pry and too tired to really care, John finished up his soup and asked where he would be sleeping. The old woman led him up the stairs to a tiny room with a small window that contained a single bed and nothing else. He thanked her and said goodnight, and she closed the door. Then she locked it, leaving him completely in the dark. Somewhat creeped out by this, John called out to her, but she didn't answer, and he heard nothing else either. Figuring he would deal with it in the morning, and that she had probably done it by mistake, John set his suitcase down and laid on the bed, deciding to make the best of things and get to sleep. Before he could fall asleep, though, he felt the urgent need to pee and got out of bed, hoping to find a chamber pot or anything he could pee into. He got on his hands and knees and began to feel under the bed in the darkness, thinking that's where the pot would be if there was one. Instead, what he found was a dead body. "Nope," Great-Uncle John said, and went right to the window to see if he could exit the room that way, but the window had been nailed shut. He knew that if he remained in that room, he would likely be a dead man. But if he broke the window and tried to get out that way, there was a good chance that this old woman, and who knows who else was there, would hear him and come into the room before he could manage to get away. So he did the only thing he could think to do. He pulled the body out from under the bed, heaved it onto the mattress, and covered it with the blanket. Then he hid under the bed where the body was and waited. Sure enough, only a half hour later, he heard heavy footsteps slowly coming up the stairs, then moving toward the room. The lock clicked and the knob turned slowly. In the gloom, John saw someone move toward the bed. Then he heard several terrific and sickening thuds. The person had bashed the body on the bed with a large crowbar, which they then dropped onto the floor right in front of John. There was silence. Then the person left the room, and the door was shut again. The footsteps went down the stairs, and then there was silence once more. John moved out from under the bed, took the crowbar, and was able to slowly pry the window open. He didn't say, but I imagine he was shitting bricks the entire time. When the window was finally up enough, he threw his suitcase out and dove through himself, not caring what was below him, only worried about who was behind. Thankfully, he landed without too much injury and began to run into a field behind the house toward some lights in the far distance. It turned out to be a highway with some military and transport trucks on it, and John was able to get a ride to another village where he was able to catch a train. He didn't bother reporting what happened to the authorities, since at that time in the USSR, there was a distinct chance he would have been the one who got into trouble instead. He just thanked God he escaped, and decided that the next time he traveled to visit relatives, he would take another way instead. When I was younger, it was just me, my mom, and my younger brother, up until I was 14 years old. Every day except the weekends, my mom would drive about 30 minutes away taking care of this family with 4 kids, from 10 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon. Then, at 5, she would sometimes do a night shift at a diner, a little bit further away from that. My brother and I were homeschooled and had tutors come in 3 days a week for 4 hours every time, so we were mostly home alone, unsupervised. Our closest neighbors were about a half a mile away, and no cars really ever passed us by. The most I had ever counted in a single day was 5, I think. We lived in a really old, shitty and small house, and we had 3 dogs at the time. 2 German Shepherds and a Belgian Malinois. Kinda the same thing as a German Shepherd. It was a protective working dog type. Our neighbor had given them over to us when his dog had had puppies. Our yard was not gated, and most days were spent outside on the porch with a fan on doing homework or reading while watching the dogs playing ball. After 5 every day, we were under strict instructions from my mom to take the dogs in and shut the blinds and everything. But sometimes, if I was bored or if the dogs were particularly energetic, I would let them out and play with them instead, since our house was extremely small, and these were some pretty huge dogs. One day that I knew my mom was working the night shift, my brother and I decided to play with the dogs, so he ran outside to grab the fetch toys for them. At night, if we played, it would be at the back of the house, so my mom wouldn't know if she started to drive her car in. My brother was taking a super long time getting the toys, and the dogs were inside with me going crazy, barking non-stop. I stopped doing the dishes in that moment and pulled down the blinds. I look outside, only to see my brother standing there talking to a man I'd never seen before, who seemed to be urgently trying to rush him into his car. Right away, I started screeching at the top of my lungs and ran outside the house. The dogs ran out with me, since I just went to get my brother and didn't close the door. Totoro, my smallest dog, 60 pounds if I remember correctly, jumped on his back and he fell down. He stayed on top of him, still barking. The 2 other dogs were barking like crazy too. I told my brother to run back inside, and I pulled Totoro's tail a little bit and grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. I still remember his whimpers because it must have hurt when I did that, but I had to make him go run back into the house with the other dogs. I pushed our dining table to barricade the door and spent the next 15 minutes really scared and holding a kitchen knife, along with the dogs who were still barking like mad. I stayed on the couch peeking through the blinds. The man was standing there super mad. He kept staring at our house and muttering curse words to himself. I was so scared he was going to come in and do something horrible to us. He drove away pretty quickly after that, though. I think my mom got home about 30 minutes later, but it felt like so long. My brother and I told her our versions of what happened. My brother told her that the man had stopped and asked for directions, and then started asking him if he was home alone and if he wanted to go to his car to see his puppy. My brother told him he already had 3 puppies, and asked if he wanted to come in and see them instead. At that point, the man grabbed my brother and started leading him away to his car. We drove to my neighbor's house and called the cops, who drove in from the closest town out. They questioned us, but I was 10 years old at the time. If I remember correctly, the only description I made was that the car was red and looked old, and the man was tall and white. Not exactly much to go off of. I talked to my mom, and for the rest of the time we lived there, we would see a police car drive down the street a few times a week. That was the officer that took my statement, and he became very close with us over time. We had dinner together quite a lot, and he would drive to our house and spend time with us whenever he was on patrol. We spent Christmas and Thanksgivings with his family, until I moved to California a few years ago. He even took in Totoro and my old shepherd Ponyo because our apartment didn't let us have two big dogs. We're still very close actually, and I see him almost as a dad, even though we're 5 states apart. Unfortunately, now he's very sick from liver failure. My family is flying out to see him later this week for the last time, which inspired me to tell this story. So I guess, to the guy who tried to kidnap my brother, I have to thank you for introducing me to the most loving and important person in my life. I can't imagine the person I would be if I had never met him. So I was one of those kids you see walking around zoos or amusement parks wearing a leash. Those were already a thing 20 plus years ago, but much less common, and were initially only tied around the wrist. In my case, it was actually kind of a necessity. I would always just start wandering off from the rest of my family no matter what situation or time. This led to one of my stories that led to me earning my leash. This happened when I was about 6 years old. I went to the zoo with my mom and sisters. Before every family outing, my mom made sure to give me the talk about not walking off again, or I'd face the consequences in the future. My mom was a very strict parent that always made good on her promises. She had to, being a single mother of 3. I didn't try to disobey her per se, but I often just didn't pay much attention to the world and people around me. No different this day. I behaved and followed the group for a while, but then a butterfly garden caught my attention, and immediately off I was. When I finally realized I'd separated myself from my mom and sisters again, I panicked and started walking around the zoo, searching everywhere for them. I was more afraid of what my mom's reaction would be than anything else. After a while, I somehow got it into my head that if I could just walk out, find our car, and wait there, my family would eventually find me no matter what. So that's what I tried to do. But of course, being a child, I got lost within just a couple of minutes, walking around a strange neighborhood looking for either our car or the way back to the zoo. Nothing was familiar at all, and I was crying non-stop. My mom was gonna be so furious. But then this man came right up to me, just a normal-looking 40-year-old man, asking me if I was lost and why I was crying. I explained that I'd lost my family when we were visiting the zoo, and I was now looking for the way back. I couldn't believe my luck when the man told me he had just come from that very same zoo and saw a family there standing near the entrance waiting for a little girl with blonde hair and a baseball cap. It was still a few blocks away though, so he proposed I walk with him to his car, and he could drive me the rest of the way back. Just the mention of his car finally made me hesitate. I told him I wasn't allowed to get into a car with strangers. I was more worried about how mad my mom would be than anything else. He then said something like, "Well, that's true, but you look smart enough to know if you can trust someone." I don't remember the exact words, but it was something like that. Then he added that he'd spoken to my parents earlier when they were looking for me, so he was not a complete stranger. That didn't seem right, though. Just to test him, I asked if he had really talked to my dad, who had died just the year before. When he said that he had in fact done so, I broke down crying uncontrollably. I didn't understand the situation I was in. I was confused about everything, and scared about how angry my mom was going to be after all of this. Finally, though, my crying caught the attention of the security guard of a parking building we happened to be standing next to, and he walked over and asked if there was anything he could help with. The guy stepped aside with the security guard and started explaining the situation, but he said he was my father and that we were looking for his wife. The security guard seemed to believe him at first, pointing us in the right direction toward the zoo. The man thanks the security guard and proceeds to take my hand and start walking away. The security guard takes one last look at me, and walks over to ask me in a comforting, friendly adult-to-child kind of way why I was still crying. I told him my dad was dead. He looked really confused for a few seconds, then asked if this man was really my father. I tell him again, no, my dad is dead. In a split second, his whole face and posture changed. He turned to look at the guy, who was trying to explain now that he'd never actually said he was my dad per se. The security guard must have just misunderstood him. He was just helping me to find my mom. The security guard placed me behind him and said he appreciated the man's help, but he would be taking me off his hands now. The man immediately fled. I don't really think there was much else the security guard could have done in that situation. I explained the whole thing, and after making a quick phone call, he walked me to the entrance of the zoo, which was just around the corner from the building. From there, we were brought to the security's office, where my mom and sisters were already waiting. I feel extremely lucky for the security guard being in the right place at the right time of day, and very grateful for the extra second of time he took to verify that could have made all the difference. So when I was 13, my parents sent me to an all-girls fitness camp to work on becoming the best version of me. Well, let's be honest here. It was a fat camp, and it was as horrible as you can possibly imagine. Bad food, all-day exercise, god-awful counselors. The camp took place on a college campus, where they had us sleeping in dorms of 2 girls per room. I had high hopes, though, that it wouldn't be a complete waste of a summer, as my roommate seemed like a great girl. Let's call her Mary. We had similar interests, the same style. It seemed like a perfect match. We would chat late into the night, planning our escape from that horrible camp, bemoaning having to give up our cell phones, though I had secretly managed to sneak mine in, and talking about our families and how much they sucked for sending us here. To be honest, I was surprised she was even at this camp. She was actually pretty fit. Her parents had also signed her up for the whole summer versus mine only sending me for 2 weeks. Only 2 days into being at this place, I was pulled aside by another girl who I had become close friends with. She warned me that Mary had quite a lot of issues, and the reason why she had been sleeping in a single for X amount of time was because nobody else wanted to room with her. Well, I brushed it off, thinking it was just rumors or perhaps other girls being unnecessarily mean. That day at lunch, Mary seemed rather mad at me, and for the life of me, I just could not figure out why. So, when I got a chance, I asked her what was up. She ranted at me about how everyone was so mean, and was I going to leave too? She went on to explain how this one girl she was rooming with switched rooms because she made friends with this popular girl, and she made up lies to be popular. Silly me, I believed her. We continued hanging out, but only now am I aware enough to realize that she was keeping me from hanging out with anyone else. Near the end of my first week, the camp took us on a long walk over to the local pool. It was a big deal as it was super hot and this was only a once-a-week activity. Mary and I were super excited to go. When we got there, we quickly claimed some chairs and left our stuff there. As Mary had been at the camp for several months, she didn't have to pass some stupid can you swim test that I assume is mandatory in most camp settings. We were separated for about 20 minutes. After I passed with flying colors, "Thank you, swim team," I jumped into the pool and started floating around. Then I heard her calling my name and saw her waving me over to the deep end of the pool. I swam over and asked her what was up. She said she wanted to show me something. Next thing I know, her hands are wrapped around my neck and she's shoving me under the water. Now, I'm a good swimmer and I'm very capable of holding my breath for quite a long time. But never in my life had anything like this happen to me. I panicked and opened my mouth to scream. Luckily, before my mind had even processed what was happening, I had kicked up my legs and shoved her back and made a desperate escape. I somehow managed to swim away and pull myself out of the pool. As I caught my breath and began to process what just happened, I looked back at her. She was just staring at me, not having moved at all. I quickly grabbed my stuff and ran into the bathroom and called my mom. I was in tears as I explained what happened. It was very obvious she did not believe me. I stayed in the bathroom until we left to go back to the camp. I didn't leave the counselor's side the entire walk back. When we arrived at the camp, I was pulled aside by one of the women in charge. She very rudely demanded I give her my cell phone. I of course denied having one and asked why she thought I did. She told me my parents had called about some assault that had happened to me, and they told them I had called. Quickly, I excused it by saying I borrowed a phone from a lady at the pool. Thankfully, they bought that. They told me that I would be moved to a new room the next day, and that I had to spend the night with Mary one last time. Furiously, I begged them to please just let me sleep on the floor of another girl's room even, but they insisted I was being melodramatic. As soon as I was left alone, again I raced to the closest bathroom and called my mom. That's when I learned the truth about Mary. I wasn't her second roommate or her third or her fourth or her fifth. I was the sixth girl to stay in a room with her. 3 of her roommates had left the camp early, and the other 2 had switched rooms at the first opportunity. All 5 of the others had made allegations of violence from Mary against them, but the camp refused to do anything and insisted she was just a troubled girl who wanted to make friends. Or as they told my parents, well, she has had some issues in the past. That night I didn't sleep at all, and neither did Mary. She sat bolt upright in bed, staring at me the entire damn night. I could feel her watching me, and I was terrified. I had my phone clutched in my hand with 911 dialed and ready to call at any moment. I practically cried tears of relief when the sun came up. That day, I was moved to a new room in a different building, and somehow managed to break my foot in the process, so my parents drove up and took me home with a cast on my foot to commemorate my time there. To this day, I've had issues from what this girl did to me, and I've never been able to live with roommates or make friends very easily after. This story may not seem too scary to some people, but if it wasn't for my quick thinking and pure dumb luck, this story could have ended quite differently. For context, I'm female, and at the time of this story, I was around 14 years old or so. At this time, I lived in apartments just a bit of walking distance away from the middle school with my mother. There were 2 ways to get to and from my school. There was the shortcut, which ran through a little path in the woods behind the school and took me straight to the apartments through a hole in the fence. Then there was the long way, in which I had to walk down the main road, past the breakfast restaurant next door to my school, a few other buildings too, for about 2 blocks, then turn down a side street and walk for another 2 minutes to the apartments at the dead end. My mom would walk with me most mornings to go to school, but I would almost always walk home alone. Walking home, I would always take the long way around, simply because the grass in the forest was extremely overgrown, and I wasn't a huge fan of bugs, or really anything that could possibly crawl up my legs and onto my arms. Plus, I never really minded the short 5-minute walk home. One day, as I was about to start my walk home after school though, I didn't even make it to the street before I felt something off. I suddenly felt like something wasn't right, and for the life of me, I could not figure out what it was. Therefore, I slowed my walking pace and started to take a glance around me. It only took around 30 seconds for me to figure out just why I was feeling off. Slightly off to the side, not directly in line with the other vehicles and parents waiting to pick up their children, was a pure black Escalade with severely tinted windows. In the driver's seat, with the window rolled all the way down, sat a large black man with dark sunglasses, staring in my direction. Even though I couldn't see his eyes, I knew that he was staring directly at me. I want to point out that at this point in time, I didn't have a cell phone yet, so there was no way for me to call anyone. Looking back, I guess I could have gone back into the school and found an adult, but I wasn't really thinking about that. I tried to calm down by telling myself I was just being paranoid, and there was no way in hell he was there for me. There was no way he was just waiting there and staring and watching me in particular. Then I thought about the fact that I had to cross right in front of his vehicle in order to even leave the school campus and start my walk down the main road. The closer and closer I got to the crossing, I could see out of the corner of my eye that his head moved ever so slightly where I walked. So much for me just being paranoid. I should add that all of this happened within the span of about a minute, and where I was about to cross was only 10 feet in front of his vehicle. I went through what I could possibly do if he tried to follow me. I decided against taking the shortcut because I wanted to make sure I stayed where people could see me. What worried me the most was the semi-long side street I had to go down to get home. Before I could think of a clear plan, though, suddenly I saw a woman from my church and her husband leaving the restaurant across from my school. Without any hesitation and without even thinking really, I ran right over to them yelling, "Hey, did my mom get y'all to come pick me up?" Before she could answer, I had already hopped in the back seat of their car. Confused and with a light laugh, she said, "No, but we can drop you off if you'd like." I sat in her back seat extremely relieved but forced myself to glance back towards that black Escalade. I noticed that it had since pulled off and raced down the street in the opposite direction of my home. The woman from my church made sure I got home safely, although I never did tell her of my fears. I never really mentioned this to anyone, especially not my mother, until I was well into adulthood. I liked the little bit of freedom I had, being able to walk back and forth to school by myself. I never saw that Escalade again and made a mental note to change how I got back and forth to school. Some days I would take the long way, other days the shortcut, or even the bus. I was overly paranoid even though nothing actually happened to me. It's unknown what could have happened had the scene played out differently, and I didn't run into someone that was able to get me home safely. To this day, I am so grateful for her and her husband, and they have no idea even that they may have very well saved my life that day. So, a few days ago, I got back from a family holiday in the countryside on a really nice property. I'm not sure if it was through Airbnb or some other similar company, but imagine that kind of thing. A fully furnished house with more or less all amenities provided. I have a fairly wide, extended family, some of whom would be staying with us, some of whom wouldn't be, and some of whom would only be staying for a few nights before leaving early. My parents and I would be staying all week though, and we were the very first to arrive at the house. As I said before, it was a very good-looking property, not surrounded by other houses, but not completely isolated either. Because we were the first to arrive, we basically got first picks on rooms, and were able to unpack and explore the whole place before everyone else even arrived. I got my own room on the first floor. For reference, I'm 18 years old. There's one room on the top floor with a bathroom attached. Going up there, the first thing that struck me was just how hot it was in there. There were windows through which the sun was shining in, which I thought might be the source of this heat, so I shut all the blinds, but it didn't really get any cooler. Aside from the bathroom, there was another door in this room, but it was locked from the other side. It goes without saying that this was kind of weird, not the least because I had no idea what could possibly be on the other side of that door. There was a locked door downstairs too, but that one had an obvious keyhole and was very clearly a boiler room due to the sounds I could hear on the other side. But with this room, I just really had no idea what it could possibly be. There was also a small crawlspace door upstairs. It didn't have a lock or handle or anything like that, but I couldn't figure out how to open it. I'm not sure how relevant that crawlspace really was to all of this, but I thought I'd at least mention it as somewhat suspicious. Anyway, after a few hours, other family members arrived, including my grandparents who, being the oldest in the family, and so the most respected, got to choose a room as well and chose upstairs. Despite the fact that my grandparents are both in their 70s, they're both extremely fit, not just for their age, but for anybody really. They keep very active, and they don't get scared very easily at all. I couldn't say I really envied them taking that top room though. I'll skip most of the other details about the holiday since they aren't really relevant to the story itself, and fast forward to the first night. The property had this large garden, like really big. People at one end would have to scream for someone at the other end to even hear them. What made the property even nicer to me was there was a large hot tub out back by that garden. On the first evening, 11 p.m., I was in the hot tub by myself. Most of the other people had already gone to sleep. Having all the lights out and just sitting in the bubbling water, the only sounds audible to me were the buzzing of the jets and the chirping of the crickets. It was quite the serene experience. Just barely over the sound of the water, though, I could have sworn I heard something moving down on the other end of the garden. There was no way I could be sure of that, though, since it was so far away. I turned on the lights in the tub to as high as they could go, but obviously that didn't provide me with very much in the way of visibility. Looking back, it was actually probably a pretty stupid move because it made me more visible. I still couldn't see to the end of the garden, but now I kinda had the creeps. I realized just how exposed I felt, and decided to wrap up and head to bed. My room had these big glass doors that faced out into the back garden, which also made me kind of uneasy. I'd be lying, though, if I told you I heard any scratches on my window or something cliche like that. I actually didn't hear anything else and went to sleep perfectly fine. The next morning at breakfast, though, I was talking with my grandma, who sorta dropped a bombshell on me. She told me that last night she had noticed a light turn on, then off in the locked room upstairs. Not that I said anything, but this really freaked me out. I know the idea of someone secretly living in the house with us sounds dumb, and that's not really where my mind was going. Truth be told, I wasn't sure what to think. So that night I got totally drunk, like really hammered. I'm a bit of a lightweight, and obviously not an experienced drinker, so it really didn't take much for me to get to that point. Regardless, I'm not exactly proud of the state I was in. I went out to the hot tub again, this time with my cousin who was a bit older than me, not even aware of my surroundings. The heat of the water combined with the effects of the alcohol made my brain basically turn into mush. I couldn't think clearly, and that's by my own admission. We were just listening to music and sort of chilling, when she suddenly pointed over at the other end of the garden to get my attention. "Hey, do you see that?" she asked. The garden had these automatic lights along one side, so if there was any movement they would turn on, illuminating one half of the lawn. From what I had seen, 2 of them, they weren't super sensitive, so you would have to get really close. I peered over the side of the tub but couldn't see anything in the dark. That's when my cousin had the bright idea to reach over the side and throw a football onto the garden. The sound it made as it thudded onto the grass still makes me feel sick. The lights flashed on, revealing a dark figure scurrying behind the fence at the back of the yard and just out of sight. We should have probably gotten out of the tub and went to bed at that point, or in reality called the cops, but for some dumb reason, we decided to go and investigate ourselves. She was a few drinks in too, I'll note. Not as much as me, and she keeps it down much better, but we both had some liquid courage going, if you know what I mean. Once we got there, it was too dark to see much, but the fence was very clearly broken to the point where someone could easily squeeze through the gap in it and make their way onto the road adjacent to the property. That alone is creepy enough, but what really freaks me out is what happened the next day. For a little bit of context, I'm in the build-up to some really important exams right now, and just because I was on holiday didn't mean I would be cutting myself any slack in studying. Because of this, when my whole family went out that day, I stayed home to work. In my room, there was this rubber door stopper thing propping my door open, and a spare one in the drawers as well. I left the one propping the door open next to it, in case I wanted to keep the door open, or more realistically, keep it shut. Bear in mind that particular door did not have a lock on it. I kept the second one hidden under my bed in a really specific place you would never find unless you were deliberately looking for it, tucked away in the bed frame basically. The door doesn't close by itself, but if there's a draft, it will eventually slam shut after some time. At some point, I got very bored of studying and decided to go make myself a drink and get some snacks. What can you do? While in the kitchen, though, I heard this loud thud come from my room. Because of the way the kitchen was positioned, I couldn't actually see my door though. At first, this understandably freaked me out, but then I heard the front door open. It was just my family. I put it out of my mind and returned to my room, only to see that the rubber door stopper was balanced on the door frame, just flush against the wall. I assumed it must have been someone in my family. I walked back in, only to see that the other stopper was still next to the door. I questioned my family at dinner. They all swore up and down they hadn't moved a single thing. This created some quite nasty implications, mainly that I had been home alone with someone, or perhaps something. I'm not sure which is scarier really. Luckily, nothing else of this nature happened during my trip, and needless to say, I was grateful just to get home. This remains the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me. I haven't told my cousin about the incident, since I figure I'd probably just sound crazy. I can only speculate too as to whether or not this was related to the incident from the night before. I'd like to think they're not, but I'm fairly certain about what I saw. My only advice to anyone using Airbnb or similar services is to thoroughly research the area you'll be staying in and make absolutely sure the property is secure. This is a real story, but some of you might probably not believe me. I usually don't even talk about this because of the trauma and the fact that people look at me like I'm crazy when I tell them about it. This was on the news too, but out of privacy and respect, I won't share the articles or the news clips here. Anyways, this story is about my intuition and my friend's at times strange older brother. I'll call him Corey and I'll call her Kara. I always used to play over at her house all the time, considering her mom and my mom were the best of friends. Back then, the whole neighborhood was basically a playground, and it honestly felt so much bigger as a child. The world can be a scary place, but I always had common sense, and that kept me in one piece, considering I was very accident-prone. Anyways, I'd play a lot at Kara's house, but I always had the weirdest feeling around her brother Corey. It felt like he was constantly watching me, and it made me very uncomfortable. He seemed to be popular, and everyone always hung out around him, but every time I was around him, I just felt very sick. He would do these things like kick small animals and make them yelp. He was very aggressive when he played with us too. One time he held my head underwater when we went swimming, and another time he watched me change in the bathroom. I noticed him after I got dressed, and saw the door cracked open. I didn't see him, but I felt his presence there. Sometimes it even felt like his own mom was scared of him. One day, I went over to Kara's house when I was in middle school. The door was unlocked, so I just walked right in. I thought they were home because I smelled spaghetti cooking, and I loved Kara's mom's cooking. I turned around. There was Corey acting just like normal. Nothing rang a bell at first. I asked him where Kara and her mom were. He said they had just gone to the store. He said I could go into Kara's room and wait for her to get back. I almost did, but I felt him looming behind me as I was about to go into her room. This was normal, just like every other time, but for some reason I got terrified out of nowhere. It felt like I was suffocating, and my throat started to hurt, and tears started to form in my eyes. I turned around and looked at him, and all of a sudden I just started begging him to let me go with tears pouring from my eyes. We stood there for 5 minutes in suffocating silence, and then he just said I could go. I faced him as I slowly backed up toward the door and ran all the way back home. I called the police, but by the time they arrived, he had already killed himself. Kara was found dead in her bed, and her mom was found dead in hers as well. He had stabbed them both to death. To this day, I still don't know why he let me go and didn't kill me too. So growing up, I loved to explore abandoned places, which led to me driving a lot at night because I loved the thrill of it. Those stories are for another day though. This story is one of those night drives. This happened about 15 years ago, so some of the details might be a little hazy or different than what actually happened. but I'll try my best to recall it as accurately as I can. My friends and I decided we would take a weekend trip to the ocean. We were all prepared for the trip and ready to leave when I suddenly got a call from work. Trying to be a responsible young adult, after much frustration and moaning, I obliged to go into work. I told my friends to just leave without me. I would leave after work and meet up with them there that night. When work finally ended, the sun was already starting to set. I knew it would be a night drive, as the ocean was a 3-hour drive away. I hopped into my car and began the drive to meet up with my friends. As I didn't have a GPS in my '06 Honda, I looked up the fastest route there before I began my journey. I found out that if I took this 2-road highway, it would cut 30 minutes off of my trip, so I made the decision to take this route. An hour into my drive, there were more and more trees, and less cars. At this point, it was very dark, and any light poles were far and few between. The headlights were my only source of light at this point. My eyes had just begun to adjust to the darkness when I saw a figure off to the side of the road with their thumb out. Me, thinking that people aren't always bad and always willing to help, decided to slow down to see if there was anything I could do. I was always taught as a child to help whoever I can, so it wasn't anything that I thought long and hard about. As my car came to a complete stop, I could tell the person was a middle-aged woman. I cracked my passenger side window and asked if she needed any help. She came closer to the car and looked me up and down. Then she said, "Hey, would you give me a ride over to the next town?" At this point, there were no red flags yet. I didn't really think her request was that weird, so I agreed to give her a ride. I was an average-sized 18-year-old, and she was very small in stature, so I knew if anything happened, I could take her. I unlocked the door for her and she hopped right in. As soon as she sat down, she began to profusely thank me. Looking into her eyes, I could see she had clearly been crying. She introduced herself as Molly and said, "Just to the next town, please." Then she started staring out the window. I started driving and began to ask her some questions, just so the car ride wouldn't be awkward silence, you know. I already knew the next town was near the ocean anyway, which was my destination. It would be another hour or so before we would reach it, so it would be really weird to just sit there in silence. When I asked her what she was doing here in the middle of nowhere on a highway, she said her and her boyfriend had gotten into a big fight on their way to the ocean, and he had kicked her out of the car. Somehow in my young mind, I still didn't see the danger in this. I began to console her and tell her how sorry I was, when she quickly turned to me and yelled, "Hey, slow down!" My instincts kicked in and I slammed on the brakes, thinking maybe there was something in the middle of the road I hadn't seen. What's wrong? Molly says, "Oh, I thought you missed the turn." Now, this small highway had cross streets about every half mile. "I thought you said you were going to the next town, to the ocean." She gave me the creepiest smile and said, "Oh no, I live out here. I don't really feel like going to the ocean anymore." Red flags started to go off in my head. I gave her a weird look. "Are you telling me you live out in the middle of those woods?" Sweat started to run down the side of her face. "Yeah, sorry." We continued on our drive, only now I was a little bit nervous about this stranger I had randomly picked up. She turned to look out the window again, and this time she wouldn't say a single word to me. Clearly something was very off. I kept her in my peripherals. Finally, after what seemed to be an hour but was only actually a couple of minutes, she says, "Slow down. The turn is coming up." But this time, she didn't even turn to look at me as she said it. As the car began to slow down at the crossroad, I saw two shadows duck quickly behind a tree. Being somewhat afraid now of what might happen if I took that turn, instead I slammed on the gas and drove right past. Molly began to scream at me to stop and go back. At this point, my adrenaline was quite high. I knew had I turned where she asked me to, something horrible was going to happen to me. About 10 minutes down the road, I finally stopped the car and yelled at Molly, "Get the fuck out of my car!" I grabbed the BB gun I had on the side of my door and pointed it at her. "Get the fuck out of my car or I will shoot you." She frantically opened the door and fell out. She started running back the way we came. I sat there with my passenger side door open, still pointing the gun at nothing but trees, as I watched her disappear into the darkness. After a few moments, when I'd finally calmed down, I reached over to my passenger seat to close the passenger door, only to see a knife on the pavement where she'd fallen out of the car. I quickly closed that door and sped to the ocean where my friends were waiting. That was the very last time I ever picked up a hitchhiker. A few years ago, I worked as a janitor for a cleaning company. We cleaned all sorts of places: churches, schools, doctors' offices, you name it. The job was mostly night shift and sometimes took us to some of the more sketchy areas that were around. We had one job we went to twice a week. It was this small dentist's office, located in an office park surrounded completely by woods, on the section of road where the main, more urban road started to change into a desolate country one. When I say this office was small, I mean it was really, really small. This is an important detail to remember for the story later, as it is relevant. The office consisted of a tiny lobby when you first walked in. Then behind a window in the lobby was a little reception area, where there were various file cabinets and 2 workstations. Beyond that, straight through there was a narrow hallway with little rooms where the dentists would do their various cleanings and procedures on patients. At the far end of the hall, there was a door that led to a basement, and a slightly larger room on the right that contained 2 or 3 dentist chairs. The kind where you sit on it and it reclines so the dentist can see into your mouth. That was the layout of the entire office. Like I said, the place wasn't very big. The first incident was when I was with my work partner, Matt. I was the one the boss had left in charge, and therefore it was my responsibility to walk the halls and inspect everything before we left the job site to make sure everything was done properly. It was also my responsibility to set the security codes to each building before we went out. So while I did this, I sent Matt outside to the dumpster with a bag of garbage, which we had accumulated from the office. The dumpster was on the far end of the parking lot up against the woods. While I was inspecting the rooms to make sure nothing had been missed by either of us, I spotted some dirt on the floor, so I plugged the vacuum back in and began to suck up the dirt. Since we were packing up the work truck with all our supplies and it was a warmer night out, I left the office door open while Matt was going to the dumpster. This would make it easier to take our supplies out from the office. As I was vacuuming, I realized Matt was taking an exceptionally long time to come back from the dumpster. He wasn't normally the type to mess around and cause delay either. I turned the vacuum off and poked my head out the front door, only to see Matt sprinting away from the direction of the dumpster, his face contorted with fear. "Hey man, what the hell's wrong?" He started pointing and turned, panicking and gasping for breath as he tried to explain what he'd just seen. "Didn't you just hear me scream?" I told him no, as I'd been vacuuming and had just turned it off to see where he'd been. He told me that when he went to put the garbage in the dumpster, some guy was crouched in the dark muttering gibberish to himself. When Matt saw him, the guy got up and screamed and started sprinting at him. He told me he drew his pocket knife to try and scare the guy off and possibly defend himself if needed. Fortunately, it worked. The guy turned around and sprinted off into the woods, but he wasn't sure if he was still in the area. He wanted to leave for the next job site immediately. I will say that what I did next was neither smart nor very nice to Matt. See, I was quite troubled at this point in my life, to the point where I didn't really care what happened to me. I was also a bit cocky as I had done martial arts for 4 years and took it quite seriously, often boxing against people way bigger and stronger than me. So in my own mind, I was pretty tough. I was also a bit of a kiss-ass towards my job as I liked it perhaps a bit too much back then. I noticed Matt hadn't actually put the garbage in the dumpster, and I told him we'd have to go back to put it in, since we couldn't very well just leave it in the parking lot. He asked me if we couldn't just put it in the back of my car and drive it to the next job and dispose of it there. I told him no, as I didn't want it stinking up my car, And besides, where's the fun in that? Yeah, I was kind of a bit of a prick and a bit crazy. The look on Matt's face suggested he thought the very same thing. I laughed it off and told him I'd go with him, but first I had to get something out of my car. I went and grabbed this big heavy metal flashlight I had. It was super bright, so not only could it be used to see, but it could also be used to blind someone, and perhaps as a weapon if need be. I locked the door to the car and took the lead with my flashlight, while Matt carried the garbage bag and his pocket knife. I shined my light first at the trees near the dumpster. I didn't see anything, so I shined it at the dumpster itself. Still nothing, so I called out, "Hey, who's back there? Come out right now, you piece of shit!" Trying to sound tough. Truthfully, I was just looking to be a bit of a fake badass. I knew that whoever that person had been, they had probably run far off into the woods, never to be seen by either of us again. When we got to the dumpster, I walked around a 10-foot distance from its right side and shined my flashlight behind it. There was no crazy man there. I told Matt, who was hanging about 20 feet back now, that it was safe for him to put the garbage in. He did, and then we went back to the car and moved on to the next job. The second incident occurred at the same place about a year later. I was working with this new guy named Andrew, and we were cleaning up just like at that time with Matt. We had all our supplies at the front of the building by the door, and I was getting ready to set the codes for the night. We had been through the whole building, both of us, and seen every room, desk, and chair. We were the only ones in there for sure. That's when I heard a faint whispering begin coming from the other end of the hall that I mentioned earlier. The one by the basement door which we weren't allowed to go down. We never even checked down there since it wasn't part of our job. We didn't even know what was down there, but we had been in this office together for at least an hour, and we hadn't heard or seen anyone. It was well after closing time. The whispering sounded like two women. At first, I thought I was just hearing things, but when I looked over at Andrew, he looked back at me with his eyes wide open. He said to me quietly, "What the fuck is that?" I asked him if he was hearing what I was hearing, just to confirm. He said yes. We both stood staring down that hall. The whispering stopped for a second, then started up again and started to get closer. We both turned to look at each other. "Fuck that, man, we're not getting paid enough for this. Let's go." I set the alarm codes and we walked out and locked the door. I was now a bit smarter and less macho than the last time. To this day, I still don't know what all of that was about. Sometimes I guess buildings make noises, the wind settling or whatever, but to have two people hear the same thing at the same time, combined with that crazy guy incident from a year prior, just seems weird. I know that some of these medical-type buildings have different drugs stored in them, and sometimes people did break into them to steal the drugs, so maybe it was that, but I don't really know. Anyways, I don't work there anymore, and I haven't for a long time, which I'm glad about that. My family has a camping timeshare, and we used to go camping for weeks at a time in the summer. My dad had to work, so he would stay at home Monday through Thursday, and come meet us at the campgrounds Friday through Sunday. The campgrounds had a pool, a miniature golf course, basketball courts. We'd be gone for so long that my mom was comfortable letting us wander, since there was only one entrance and exit. When I was around 8 or so, I was small for my age, so I looked around 5 at the time. I met a little boy who was camping with a single dad for a few days. He came to our campsite quite a lot, and knew we were staying for a while too. It was pretty sad when he left, but his dad said they'd come back again sometime soon. A few weeks later, his dad came to the campsite right after my mom had just left to take a shower. He told me his son was coming later that week. He asked me where my parents were, and I told him my dad didn't come until Friday. My mom always took a shower at this time as well. He said goodbye and left right away. The next day, he came by at the exact same time and told me he had just found some kittens and asked if I wanted one. I said yes. He told me he kept them in his tent, and I could come back with him to pick one. Now, this guy wasn't a stranger. My mom had met him when he picked up his son from our campsite, so I didn't get that creepy stranger vibe. I thought it was okay to go along with him. We walked towards his campsite, but then he told me he had actually moved them to his truck so they wouldn't get too hot. To a young kid, that made sense, I guess. He pointed to his truck right outside the gates of the entrance. I started walking toward the entrance with the man when my dad pulled up at the perfect time. He had gotten the day off work so he could spend more time with us. He was immediately suspicious. He asked what was going on. I tell him, "Tommy's dad says he has kittens in his truck and I can have one." My dad jumped out of the car and told me to run back to the campsite, so I did. When my dad got back, he told me to never go alone with an adult anywhere again, even if I do know them. I asked my mom years later about the whole thing, and she told me my dad had beat the fuck out of him and called the cops as well after I left. I'm a girl. My mom was a horrible addict. She barely took care of me as a kid. At the time of this incident, I was around 6 or 7, so my awareness and understanding of things happening may not totally make much sense. Also, this happened in the 90s. One night, my mother and I were on a car ride. I wasn't sure why we were driving, but I do know it was late at night. I'm not sure what time exactly, but I assume it was really late because there weren't many cars on the street, and I was sleeping in the back seat. I don't even really remember getting into the car. My mom drove up to a sketchy house and left me in the car for what felt like forever. Suddenly, the car door swung open and someone violently grabbed me by the arm and yanked me out. I started screaming and crying until the man that grabbed me looked me dead in the eyes and said, "Be quiet and don't try to run or I'll kill you." He had a scruffy beard and looked like a madman. I was scared to death, so I listened. He held me tight by my arm, shut the car door, and walked with me down the street. I looked back at the house my mom was in, hoping that my mom would come out at the last second and save me. I looked at that house as long as I could, as the man dragged me further and further away. As we walked down the street, I wanted to cry, but I was in shock and in fear. I didn't know what to do. If I sniffled or cried, the man would tighten his grip and yell at me. I can't even explain how confused and scared I was. We walked for a little while and ended up in the projects. The projects were a bunch of buildings crammed together in a shitty neighborhood. We walked into one of the buildings and walked up a flight of stairs. My legs and feet hurt like hell, but I was too scared to stop moving or complain. We walked up another flight of stairs when I saw some random guy smoking a cigarette in the stairway. Then, without warning, the guy that kidnapped me fell to the ground. It all happened so fast. I didn't know how the kidnapper fell to the ground so fast, but the next thing I remember, that cigarette guy was punching and kicking the kidnapper in his face and head. The kidnapper was out cold. The cigarette guy picked him up by the back of his jacket and tossed him down the stairs. You have no idea how scary and violent it was to see that unconscious man tumble all the way down them. To this day, I still have a fear of falling down the stairs. There was blood everywhere. I still really have no idea how the cigarette guy knew he had to help me, but I'm glad that he did. Maybe he could see the tears in my eyes. Maybe he just picked up on something and had a bad vibe, but he acted instantly. The first second he could, he attacked my would-be kidnapper. The cigarette guy starts pacing back and forth, swearing at himself, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. I thought he was mad at me at first, so I started to cry. He looked right at me and said, Okay. Just shut up. He had an attitude, so I listened to him out of fear. I wasn't as scared of cigarette guy as much as the bearded guy, but there was still some fear there. Then he started to ask me some questions. Why are you even out this late in the first place? Where are your parents? Why would you talk to that stranger? I was in so much shock and confusion, I couldn't even answer the man's questions correctly. He asked me if I knew my way home, and I said that I didn't. I told him a broken story about what happened, and somehow with the information I gave him, he found out where my mom's car was. The only thing I remember about the road is passing a house with Christmas lights on it despite Christmas already being over. I think he knew the area well enough though, and figured out where I needed to go from that information. I honestly don't even remember what I told him though. Anyway, he told me he would take me back if I promised over and over that I wouldn't tell the police that I saw him, or anyone that looked like him, and made me promise that I wouldn't even tell the police anything. He had an attitude, but I didn't care what he asked me. I just wanted to go back to my mom, so I agreed. I followed him down the stairs. The bearded guy was still laying on the ground bleeding at the bottom of them. He wasn't moving at all. For all I know, he was dead, and I now hoped that he was. The cigarette guy stepped over that bearded guy and I followed him. We walked outside, and cigarette guy looked around panicky. I remember him telling me something like, "The police don't like me." We walked out of the projects and my feet hurt quite a lot. The cigarette guy was walking fast in a panic and I basically had to jog to keep up with him. I started crying again and he asked me what was wrong. I told him my feet hurt. I remember him sucking his teeth and picking me up with an attitude. He awkwardly cradled me in both arms and walked down the road for a moment. I remember him swearing and running behind a house or a building. A cop car was driving down the road. He put me down and told me to run to the cops. I tried, but my legs could barely move and I was so scared. The cop car kept driving and rode away without seeing me before I could even get remotely close to it. The man kept swearing to himself as he picked me up again and ran down the street. He took me behind a lot of houses and hid from every cop car that drove by. I assume now that the police were out looking for me. He carried me in both arms, running fast down the road. When I saw my mom at her car in the distance, she was surrounded by police. The cigarette guy put me down and told me to go to my mom. I got so excited the pain in my legs disappeared. He put me down and ran off into the distance. I ran toward the police and my mom. My mom picked me up and hugged me tight. The police started to ask me and my mom questions. I don't really remember too much about them, but I remember my mom telling the police some convoluted story that just didn't make a whole lot of sense. She basically told me not to say anything, and I didn't say much but cried a whole bunch. We went home. Days later, my dad picked me up and knew something was wrong right away. I told him everything, and I never lived with my mom again. When I grew up and had time to think about that day, I never forgave my mother. Not too long ago, I asked my dad what he remembered about the situation, and he told me what he thinks happened from what I explained to him years ago. He said my mom was on a drug binge at the time. I got kidnapped and someone saved me, but it turned out the person that saved me had warrants out on him. He wasn't mad at me, he was just frustrated with the situation he had been placed in. Imagine being a criminal on the run and now you have a kidnapped girl with you and you just beat a guy half to death. If he would have gotten caught with me, he would have gone to jail a long time for my kidnapping. With my mom lying and me being in shock and confused, I wouldn't even be able to tell them that the man had helped me, because while it was all happening, I didn't even notice that he was actually helping me. To the man that saved me, thanks. And to the man that tried to kidnap me, I hate you. Let's not meet. Back when I was 17 to 19 years old, I worked at a small bakery. There were less than 15 employees, spread across all the day and night shifts, so we only had a few people working during the day. One of these people was Dave, the delivery driver. Dave immediately gave me an off vibe. He was in his mid-50s and way too friendly to a teenage girl. But the boss straight up told me that yes, he could be annoying, but no one worked harder than he did, so I was to just ignore his antics and work my best. When I signed the paperwork, they never asked me to submit a background check. In hindsight, that should have been red flag number 2. Over the course of the year or so that I worked with Dave, I tried very, very hard to ignore him. He was rarely outright creepy, but he was always just a bit too friendly. He would stick around long after his shift was over to talk to me and the other pastry chef on shift. He always wanted to lick the bowl after I made Rice Krispie treats. He would always stand in front of the racks of ingredients or equipment, just enough that sometimes my hand would brush him while I was reaching for something. Always stood just a little bit too close. He was also constantly asking me about my life, what I liked, what I did for fun, if I had a boyfriend. Almost daily, he would tell me how a nice girl like me should have a boyfriend, how maybe a boyfriend would do good for me. I let this slide because sometimes older people can say things that were meant differently in their time. Then, though, came the concert invites. Every other week, it seemed he had concert tickets to one venue or another. Once he figured out the genre of music I liked, it was almost exclusively tickets to bands I desperately wanted to see. But I also knew deep down that I should not go anywhere with this guy. I mean, I don't really like to associate with coworkers outside of work anyway, and I had seen way too many red flags about Dave to trust him for even a second. My birthday came by. He bought me a shirt. It was 2 sizes too small, and he told me to try it on. I said no. He told me to try it on after work and text him a photo. He gave his number and asked for mine. I said no again. He asked the other pastry chef for my number instead. Luckily, she had my back and refused as well. He also brought me 2 tickets to a band I've been dying to see. VIP section, 21 plus only. He said he could get me in, but I had to go with him and him alone. I refused. He told me he could get me booze. I doubled down on my decline. For months and months this continued. I brought it up to one of my bosses, but they just laughed it off as classic old Dave. When he wanted a hug on his birthday or hugged me without consent, that's Dave for you. Offering to get me booze or pot, oh Dave, you little scamp. When he pulled up his shirt and showed me his abdominal scar, well, that's just Dave. No respect for boundaries, but a good worker. I seriously considered having one of my big, strong male friends come in under the guise of being my boyfriend, just to placate Dave. I was genuinely repulsed by him, but he hadn't really done anything to classify himself as a predator. Besides asking for my number, he had never tried to harass me outside of work hours. And beside the odd hug or two that I was too shy to refuse, he hadn't gotten super physical. Then one day, Dave was just mysteriously gone. His name disappeared from the employee roster. My boss asked to see me in the office. She informed me that Dave was no longer employed at their business. He had been fired. He had been fired because they found out that Dave was a convicted sex offender. Davey here had 2 counts of rape and 1 count of kidnapping a minor from the mid-90s, about the time I was born actually. They had never background checked him, and when they contacted a friend in the police department, they found out that Dave had been lying on tons of paperwork, hiding the fact he was a convicted felon and not notifying anyone when he moved. Once they brought this information to the police department's attention, they had a few more charges to tack on. They found out in the first place because apparently he had started stalking and harassing one of the clients he delivered to, showing up at her home when he should not have known where she lived. After his termination, Dave showed up to work one day. He had a weapon on him, but I never found out what he had. They told him to leave or the police would be called. He ended up leaving in handcuffs. I'm so thankful that I wasn't actually there that day. Another little tidbit? The police officer my bosses knew had been in the PD for a while and knew one of the officers who had arrested Dave in the 90s. That abdominal scar of his was from a run-in with the cops when he got injured trying to jump over a fence. That was a few years ago, but I sometimes still think about how badly things could have gotten had I ever decided to go to even one of those concerts with him. On my first summer back home from freshman year of college, I picked up a part-time job delivering pizza in a town about 30 minutes away from where I lived. The area in rural Georgia is known for having places that are in the middle of nowhere, and the pizza place's whole shtick was that it delivered to even the most remote areas imaginable, as long as they were within the town limits. I could fill entire books with my weird experiences that summer, from the call that came from a long abandoned warehouse to the dog that got excited about the pizza in my hand and accidentally shredded my pants with her claws. But one will always stand out in my mind as the creepiest. It was getting fairly late at night, around 10:30 p.m. or so I was confident that I would be sent no further calls before closing at 11. However, someone just barely managed to miss the cutoff time, and our clerk accepted their order since they were so close. I was given the address and a single box of hot dough and sent on my merry little way. The first red flag was the driveway, or rather, the lack thereof. There was a mailbox, but no actual driveway, not even a gravel path. It was just grass and a barely distinguishable trodden pathway that resembled more a service trail than it did something frequently used. I bumped along, wondering if I was even en route to the place, when I saw a slightly above average size house come just over the horizon, horribly dilapidated and completely surrounded by overgrown woods. I guesstimated where the rest of the driveway led, and ended up parking in a grassy patch that could have been the walkway, just as easily as it could have been the front yard. My headlights were aimed toward the porch, as per company policy. I walked up to the door, but I believe that calling it a door was quite generous. It was a door frame, all right, but the door itself was just a large slab of wood, propped up haphazardly against the side of the house, barely covering the entrance. This was red flag number 2. The third and fourth red flag were also on this door. This included the A4 sheet of printer paper with the words "Around Back" scribbled in all caps, which was hanging just below the place where somebody had self-engraved the door with the title Mason Family Ranch. Typically, I would never go around the back of a house, especially a shady, unlit house, and especially at night. However, it was my last drop of the day, and I was so ready to get it over with and be on my way home. Against my own better judgment, I actually traipsed around the back of the house. The door back here was an actual door, but it was completely covered in both cobwebs and fresh spider webs. Clearly, this door had not been used in quite some time. I found the cleanest area available and knocked. I counted to 45 and knocked again. There were no lights on in the house, and I could hear no movement from inside. I knocked and counted again. I repeated the sequence 3 more times before I was finally creeped out enough to decide to return to my car. As I turned around, though, I finally heard a voice coming from inside the house, clearly agitated, but I couldn't tell what they were saying. I tried to knock one more time, and as I was counting, I heard something in the woods behind me. It started out as just movement deep in the trees, but soon enough I could make out the distinct running footsteps coming directly toward me through the brush. As I'm standing there, coming to terms with my impending demise, I followed the direction of the noise to the edge of the woods, which is around 15 feet away from me. In the moonlight, I could clearly see the woman who stepped out. She was relatively old, maybe in her 60s I would guess. She had long blonde gray hair, which was tangled and matted, and hung down past her hips. She was in what looked to originally be a white nightgown, but at that time it was dingy, and closer to a beigeish brown color. She was absolutely barefoot, and her feet were covered in dirt and what had to be blood, presumably due to the fact she had just sprinted through the prickly woods where there was no trail to be seen. I never learned her name, but I still affectionately refer to her as Red Flag number 5. She stopped short when she saw me and started to shake her head no, eyes wide. I stood there like a terrified deer in the most fucked up headlights in the universe as she took a few steps towards me, reaching out to me finger pointed. Her voice came out way stronger than mine would have at the time when she spoke. You know how southern people can either sound like a loving grandmother or backwoods murderers? Well, she sounded like the latter when she drawled. "Oh, no, 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 no. No, honey, no, you get on, Get on out of here." I wish I could say I listened. I ran, I left, but I was so in shock at how events were playing out that my own self-preservation was put on a back burner while I tried to figure out what in the Kentucky Fried Fuck was actually happening. She seemed to realize I was not moving, even if I could not make my mouth move to ask her what was happening, or even what to do with the stupid pizza in my hands. She looked at me like she could have smacked the hell out of me right then and there, and proceeded to deliver red flags 6 through 12. "Darling, didn't you hear me? Are you dumb or deaf? Young girls like you come out here and then they don't leave." I finally quit being the white person in a horror movie and realized this was not a funny little ghost story. This was 5'3", 116-pound me potentially being targeted to be robbed, kidnapped, or worse. So I dropped my dumb little pizza, which had serious serial killer toppings by the way, and started to run back to my car, which I had stupidly left on and unlocked, as was usual for most of my deliveries. As I neared the car, I heard a slam from behind me. I looked over my shoulder to see that the wooden door had been pushed over and fallen onto the porch beneath it. As I was closing the car door, an older man was limping down the front steps, waving his arms like an airplane runway attendant at me. He called me a little bitch and told me to get out of the fucking car now. At a loss for what to do, I called out something muttery and shaky, along the lines of, "Pizza's out back." I floored my dad's shitty little 90s Lexus and somehow managed to avoid trees on the odd trail back to the main road, which was still 12 miles and several turns from any road that actually had a name, let alone some painted lines. I reported it to my manager. He said he contacted police, but nothing ever came of it that I'm aware of. Either way, that was my first and hopefully last personal encounter with the self-proclaimed Manson family ranch. I work at a restaurant and cover many roles, my favorite of which is delivering food, since it allows me a chance to engage people and use my personality to make a few more tips. Last summer, we had a tough time finding full-time delivery drivers who could pass the drug test, so about 80% of my time was spent on the road, and quite a few of my deliveries were to a local college campus. I took an order for a young man who wanted to buy a meal for his girlfriend. He gave me her name and what dorm she resides in, and paid for the pizza with his credit card. The phone call was pretty much a standard delivery request. Things did get a bit weird though, when I showed up at the dorm and the girl was nowhere to be found. Her RAs said she wasn't in her room, and eventually one of the other girls in the building told me she was still in class. I called the guy's phone number to tell him, and he just blew me off. No big deal though, because he'd already paid for the food. So really all I lost out on was a tip and some time out of my day. A few days later though, this guy calls again and places an order. Same deal. So I ask him if he's sure his girlfriend is there this time. He replies that yes, he is positive that she is in her dorm. So I make the food and drive over to the campus to make the delivery. The girl is not waiting in the lobby like she should be, so I have an RA run up to her room to get her. The girl makes her way down and eventually tells me she did not order anything. I tell her it's no problem because her boyfriend ordered for her, and I read her his name off the credit card receipt. The girl starts losing her shit and having a panic attack. Apparently, she didn't have a boyfriend. The guy in question has been stalking her since high school and had somehow managed to follow her to a completely different state where she wanted to attend college. She had no idea how he found her or figured out where she lived, and she was deeply upset that he now knew exactly when she was in her building and when she wouldn't be. I tried to help calm her down, but an RA saw her freak out and called campus security, who I then had to deal with for the next hour. The guy who ordered the pizza would not answer any of my calls in this time. A week goes by with no more word from the creep, until we finally get a call from him wanting us to deliver more food. This time he asked if one of us would pick up flowers for her as well. I put him on hold and grabbed the general manager, who then informed him we would no longer be accepting any orders he placed. They also said that the police would be notified if he tried to harass anyone using our store again. This was about a year ago, and he hasn't called to place an order since the GM scared him away. However, we would get orders placed through the internet for the girl, with creepy messages for her on them for months. We deleted the orders every time, but that bastard was very persistent. Edit. So at work tonight, my general manager came in to help out during a late-night rush, and I asked him for further details about it. He has no clue if the girl was ever able to press charges against him for anything, but someone who used to work for him at another store knows the creeper. I guess the guy ran out of money and had to move back out of state into his parents' house a few months after the whole incident. The reason we started getting those orders placed online instead of over the phone was because he was doing it from out of state and did not have a cell phone. Either way, he was a long way from the girl now. I hope she was able to finish college in relative peace. Oh lordy, here we go. This happened back in 2016, but it still gives me the creeps. So, let me set the scene. It's a Friday night in Edinburgh, and I'm skipping down the road looking forward to the highlight of my week, sticking on replays of King of the Hill and ordering a fish and chips. I put a tenner on the heating, find a solid KOTH playlist on YouTube, and order my food. All stations are go for another spectacular Friday night. Now, it's worth mentioning that this was December in Edinburgh, so there was a lot of snow and I expected the food to take a little bit longer than usual. However, hours passed by and it never arrived. No worries though, I'll just cancel the order and make some pasta for myself or something. I get a knock on the door at 1:30 a.m., which is a little bit weird as I never buzzed anybody into the building. I look through a peephole, and there is the delivery driver. I opened the door and he began to profusely apologize for the delay in the food order and explained he felt very bad and wanted to check if I wanted the food anyway. I told him I understood and that it wasn't a problem and took the food from him. I thought that was the end of what seemed like the happy matter, but it was not. Around 2 a.m., I got a text message saying, "I really liked your sweatshirt." I responded saying, "Thanks, but who is this?" He replies, "It's your delivery driver." At this point, I was pretty annoyed at the nerve of this man, but also spooked. It was quite clear that I lived alone, and somehow this man had sauntered straight into my building. I can't remember everything that was said, but it was more or less along the lines of stuff like, "How's your night?" and various other fairly inoffensive messages, to which I did not respond to any of them. The scary part was waking up at 3 a.m. to a series of missed calls, with a message right at the middle saying, "I'm outside your building now, do you want to hang out?" I was seriously shitting bricks at this point. I couldn't manage to get back to sleep until 7 in the morning. Thankfully, though, I never heard from the guy again after that. I've since changed my sacred ritual and my country of residence, but that experience was hella creepy, and I hope I never meet that delivery driver again. Okay, so I have my own story about this sort of thing. I used to order a lot of pizza. I love pizza. Well, my local pizza place got a new driver who way overstepped the boundaries of what's acceptable. He tried to force his way into my home to share dinner with me, and that was just the start of the general creepy behavior. So I stopped ordering pizza from there altogether. Well, I never really noticed anything else. I have a security system, so I figured all is well. I never really checked it that much. Well, about 2 months after that pizza incident, I hear a scratching at the side of my home. I figure it's just animals. I live outside the city, so there are a lot of animals usually looking for a place to nest. There was also a nice big fresh coating of snow out as well. So I do what I usually do. I let my dog out. He's a huge 120-pound King Shepherd Maremma mix. He just bolts straight out the door. Again, not unlike him when there's an animal outside. But about 15 to 20 seconds later, all of a sudden I hear screaming and swearing, then screaming in pain and terror. I scream for my dog to come back. He does because he's a good boy, and I call the police right away. Well, they did come out and did a search of the outside of the house. What they found is blood. Lots of blood and pry marks at the side of my house. We go through the footage, and sure enough, there was a person who was trying to force the window open. My dog charged at him and tore up his ass and leg pretty bad. When I called my dog back, the man got up and limped off of my property. Well, at the front of my property, the entrance to my drive, I have a camera. It's well hidden. I caught the guy going to his car and his license plate. The cops take it and go to the hospital. There was a lot of blood, so the person would definitely need medical attention. When they found the guy, he said he was just trying to surprise his girlfriend and fell down. Fuck him. I'm a widow and I never plan on dating again for life. They came back to my house to tell me this and showed me a picture of the man. Sure enough, it was that very same pizza guy. They found a roll of duct tape, a camera, and a knife in his car. So always take that shit very seriously. This happened when I lived in a crappy trailer park in Coconut Creek with my family. I don't recall exactly what age I was, but my sister was old enough to be babysitting me. We lived in a super shady trailer park, and my mom was pretty close with all of our female neighbors. My mom came driving down our street when she saw two of our neighbors, who were also her good friends, standing in the front yard. As she drove toward the house, they kept staring and scowling at her. They looked completely disgusted, and my mom had no idea why, so she asked them what was wrong. When she did ask them, at first they didn't tell her anything. One of them had just pointed to a little note that was on our front yard. My mom parked the car and she moved over to pick up the note. It read, "We'll pay well for little girls pissin' shit." There was a phone number under the message, and my mother was rightfully infuriated and downright livid. The two neighbors then talked to her about it and explained that the guy that dropped it off was a pizza delivery man. He had the uniform and magnet on his car, and he had stopped at our house specifically in the middle of the day when no one was home. On our street, we tended to all watch over each other, so my neighbor across the street watched him, and then went and read the note. I'm 18 now and living in North Georgia. My parents had never ordered for pizza to be delivered to our door, so the only way he could have known that my sister and I lived there was if he had been driving around and seen us. I don't know what sort of sick fuck would pay for me and my sister's aftermath, but I hope he found some sort of help. And yes, my mother did call the police, and they couldn't do shit about it, but at least she kept her eyes open in the future. I'm not a delivery driver anymore. In 2019, I was a delivery driver for a place that I will not name. I'd been a delivery driver for a very long while, and I actually loved the job. I'm super extroverted and love chatting with people. It was actually really fun. I also had my fair share, though, of mildly creepy encounters, given that I'm a girl, and I was delivering in one of the sketchier areas of my city. I never really thought too much of any of them, though, or saw any real threat in them. One night in particular has stuck with me. I worked the night shift, so about 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. Around 8 p.m. on this particular night, some guy ordered his food, and the delivery was easy enough. His house was kinda creepy though. There were no lights on at all, and when he answered the door, there was this foul smell that immediately hit me. He also did not say a single thing. I said my usual, "There's that for you. Could I get you to fill this out?" The tip thing. He didn't reply at all or even acknowledge me asking him to sign the slip. I didn't think too much of it at the time though and simply headed back to the store. Almost exactly when I arrived back though, another order popped up for the same house. He had ordered the exact same thing too. I was very confused but still not too worried. I took the delivery and had the exact same experience. No lights on, that same bad smell. He never said a single word. Headed back to the store feeling pretty uncomfortable, but again, I didn't think too much of it. I started to get a bit worried though, when I arrived back only to see another identical order pop up instantly. My manager at the time didn't understand the creepiness of the whole thing and insisted I take it. Despite my reluctance, I did take it to the address. This time, when he opened the door, I told him, "You know, you can order more than one sandwich at a time." It was sort of an attempt at humor. He didn't say anything though and slammed the door in my face. I was thoroughly creeped out and did a sort of sprint back to my car. When I looked back at the house though, I noticed that now a light was on and I saw someone standing in the window. I couldn't make out any features, but I assumed it was that same guy. In the end, I still don't really know who was standing in the window though, or even why. My manager called me from the store before I was even able to start my car to inform me that another identical delivery had just popped up. At this point, even he started to see the danger of the situation, and he directed me to leave immediately. As soon as the call ended, I saw the man come sprinting up to my car. I couldn't even move for a second because I was so in shock. He was yelling something at me that I couldn't understand. I sped away as fast as possible, given that I was shaking like a leaf at the time. We blacklisted him that night, after he made several attempts after to call the store. I still have no idea what his endgame was. This was 2002, and I was hitchhiking around the US. I was on my way to a rainbow gathering in the Mark Twain National Forest, just outside of Ironton, Missouri. It was about 11 p.m. when we made it to the state road that led into the forest. It was too dark to see the discreet stacked stone cairns that led us to the seed camp location, so we decided to pull it over on the side of the road and wait until morning. All night, though, we heard what sounded like children playing. Lots of kids, like an entire playground's worth. Except we were miles from the nearest public road, out in the middle of BLM land, and the noises continued throughout the entire night. The next morning, we found the seed camp location and settled in. At the height of the gathering, there were maybe about 150 people there. But in the seed camp stage, there were maybe a dozen or so of us who had gotten there early enough to set up site. A few of us went wandering around in the hills, looking for firewood and perhaps a fresh spring to get water from. We came across an old foundation for a house out there in the middle of the woods. The house that stood on it must have been gone for quite some time, because there were decent-sized trees growing where it must have once stood. There were several pieces of rotted board scattered about, and some rusted nails and other metal bits that must have served some integral function for the home at one time. We figured there might be some cool old junk lying around, so we decided to take a look closer. We stumbled upon a kid's shoe, half rotted into the forest floor, and then we found another, and another, and another, and then we started to find half-decayed garbage bags full of them. Hundreds of kids' shoes, all styles, from old-timey dress shoes to those jelly shoes from the 80s. Some even looked relatively new, while others looked like they'd been stuck out there for decades. All scattered within a 25-foot radius of this old foundation. Oddly enough, there was not any other stuff out there. No old refrigerator, no junk appliances or tools or anything. Just a gigantic pile of kids' shoes. A few years ago, I had a series of strange break-ins that started when my apartment complex hired an out-of-town crew to do exterior painting. They were a rough-looking bunch that regularly but mildly catcalled and stared at me when I would leave or come home and have to walk past them. The complex left a note that they would be power washing, then painting the balcony, so everything on it had to be moved inside. I had a cat at the time and lived on the second story, so we would leave the slider partway open so he could come and go, since his box was out on the balcony. It totally spaced my mind that we would have people on our balcony, so I left the slider open. I came home that day before my roommate did, to find a very personal item of mine that was kept in my underwear drawer propped up on the ledge of our fish tank, which was about the first thing you saw when you walked through the front door. There it is, staring at me, in the most unlikely of places. My first thought was that my roommate was playing a really weird and highly inappropriate joke on me. Once that checked out though, panic starts setting in. I don't notice anything else out of place. There was also cash and a small amount of pot where this item was kept, and both of those things had remained undisturbed. My thought process was, there was no way someone would break in, go through my drawers, and not take anything, but put this toy on display. So I put it away and let it go, until the next day when I came home from work. There's a small two-tiered wooden end table, looked kinda old like from a thrift store, set up outside my door with the following items: a fertility god statue, still burning incense, used but not still burning candles, a bunch of crystals and rocks, and a plant. Immediately, I start going door to door and asking my neighbors if they did it or if they had seen someone setting all this up, but no one saw anything. I then called anyone I knew who might do such a thing as a prank and let them know I'd be calling the police and having the items fingerprinted, so the jig was up. But they all gave me the same response. Not only was it not them, but they reassured me to call the police immediately. I waited in my car for my roommate to get home. He was a Texan that was always packing and was very protective. He was like a brother to me. We go inside and scope things out and wait for the police, who wouldn't be there for about an hour. The first thing I noticed was that there were two small frames along my windowsill that the pictures had been removed from, one of me and my son, and one of me and my best friend. I go to my bedroom. The toy from the previous day was on my bed. At this point, if it were a movie, I'd be yelling at me to get out of there and never return. But strangely, when you're in the situation yourself, it all seems so surreal. I mean, you're in your own house, surrounded by your familiar things. You just kinda don't feel a sense of immediate danger. You keep thinking there has to be some normal explanation. Someone's gonna fess up that they're just messing with you. The cops come, take prints, take one look at the shrine, and tell me I should be very concerned, and maybe even consider moving. My roommate understood, of course, so I made arrangements to move over the next couple days. Nothing in those next couple days happened, except sometime during the evening, after the cop left, but before we could do it ourselves. The shrine was mysteriously taken down, then reappeared the next day while we were at work. It was immediately removed by the roommate before I got home. Moving day, I'm taking apart my bed. I move the mattress, and in between mattresses and box spring, I find a camera, the old school film kind, that didn't belong to me or anyone I knew. I also noticed a couple other picture frames had been taken apart and the pictures removed as well, one of which was a collage of me and my friend. Only the sexier pics of us had been removed. I have the police come back out to take pictures and take the camera for potential evidence. I specifically asked to never be alerted as to what was on the film if developed, unless I absolutely had to be. I never heard back anything from them. No idea what, if anything, was on the film. but it still creeps me out to this day. I have a very light dating history, not to mention I live with a man and am close with my son's big weightlifter father, who comes every couple of days, so honestly, I don't believe it was anyone I know. The cops were pretty certain it was someone on the painting crew, as they had access and it started the day they had been on the balcony. To my knowledge, nothing ever came of it. I was out of there in 2 days and never looked back. My roommate never had anything strange happen again. When I tell the story, it feels like something that happened to a friend or something, or like something in a movie. I feel very numb to it, like it wasn't even real. It was pretty damn creepy though. This happened 3 years ago today on the dot. I've been trolling through this subreddit for a little while now, and was reminded of this encounter by a notification from Google this morning. Google Photos sends out these kinds of notifications X number of years after you take a lot of pictures, and that day sure was one of them. This will have more lead up than most stories on here, but the context is pretty central to everything here. It's a bit of a long one too, so saddle up, kiddos. First, a bit of background. This all went down during the spring break of my junior year of high school. My school was in a pretty small Iowa town with a district spanning several smaller hamlets. During the summer of 2014, a few friends of mine put together a film club that would make short films and compete in national film festivals against other schools. We were a pretty small group of people and found it kind of difficult to get together for any actual filming until spring break of 2015, when we made plans for a little excursion. 4 of us ended up going on the trip, myself and 3 other members of the club. Let's call them Jake, Bill, and Kyle. We ended up choosing to go camping out at Mossy Glen Hollow, a supposedly haunted state park in northeastern Iowa. Since the 1850s, there had been several murders and suicides out at Mossy Glen, including a few decapitations and even a hired hitman in the 1930s. Being the edgy teens that we were, we jumped at the chance to go hiking and camping somewhere like that. It was within 15 minutes of a small town as well, so stocking up on food wouldn't be that big of an issue either. So, all lights green, we loaded up 2 of our sedans, programmed the GPS, and off we were for a spring break camping trip in some haunted woods. After the first hour and a half on the road, a few red flags began to fly though. After the last large town before getting way out in the boondocks, my cell phone's data signal cut out, and the GPS randomly changed directions on us. Since none of us had any idea where the hell we were at or where Mossy Glen was actually supposed to be, we didn't really have much choice but to blindly follow this new route. To save a bit on continuity, I'm going to throw this section in the end. It's not really important to the story, but it can give a bit of perspective on how places like Mossy Glen end up in the legal state that this place was in. Take a look down below if you're interested later. Once we were firmly in the middle of nowhere, our GPS took us off the paved highways and down onto gravel roads. At this point, you would typically see the usual brown Iowa DNR signs, designating that you were near a state park. But here, there were none. There weren't even any tree clumps to indicate that you were near some sort of forest. Big red flag number 2. Another 10 minutes or so into the drive, and the gravel road soon transformed into a dirt road, then a low-maintenance road. Then a Class B minimum maintenance road. With Iowa's dedication to road preservation, this basically means that somebody probably came by and took a peek in the 90s, then promptly forgot all about its existence. As we come around the last hilly bend that the GPS shows on our route, we see a farmhouse with a large machine shed. No lights or activity around either, and no cars in the driveway. We were a bit weirded out that a house would be right next to a state park, so we slowed down and kept rolling. To our dismay though, at this point the road just completely dissolved into a mess of washed up tractor tire gouges from last fall's harvest. We stopped the cars as far down as we can pass without getting hung up on a frozen rut and unpack some of our equipment. The path narrows even further, snakes through the middle of a field, and turns down into the small, very thick clump of woods at the bottom of a wide ravine. We get out and hike down this gradually steepening slope and take in the scenery. At first, everything looks like a pretty damn cool set to film at. There were several limestone outcrops hanging off the hillside, a footpath with some picturesque trees overhead, and even a few birds out that had made an unseasonal return from wintering down south. We could all hear some water running, but we couldn't identify a source from the trail. Looking off in any particular direction, all we could see was a seemingly endless sea of trees. At the bottom of the hill was a small pond in the middle of a grassy clearing with a fence. As we approached, we noticed a sign, "Private property, keep out." Bill checks his watch and realizes that it's almost time for dinner, so we trek back to our vehicles and hook up the GPS. The nearest town over was a little place called Edgewood that had several diners and a gas station to load up on supplies for the week. We had brought a bit of canned food, but not very much beyond that. As we got to town, we realized that Edgewood was a lot smaller than we had expected, less than 900 people as it would turn out. Everyone knows everyone in these small towns, so we got several weird looks when 4 strangers rolled up with plates from the other side of the state. Kyle thought to ask the cashier and a few people at the gas station about Mossy Glen Hollow, and why the only route in was through some random guy's field on a busted-out dirt road. To our surprise, though, no one had ever heard of a place called Mossy Glen, nor could they even figure out why the hell 4 high schoolers suddenly rolled into town looking for the place. Red flag number 3. We shrugged it off, though, as a few crazy locals, and took off back down the dirt trail. As we round the corner back near the farmhouse, we notice that all the lights are still off and nobody seems to be home. I suggest that we leave some sort of note on the house door that we're going to be parking on the side of the road near their place, just to be safe. It's starting to get late in the day, and being this far out in the country, it wouldn't be unheard of to come face to face with a shotgun when the homeowners found our cars. Since the road was impassable from that point on anyway, parking there wouldn't realistically block anybody off the road, and it would still technically be on public land. We hike back down the wooded trail and start scouting for a place to set up camp for the night. Making sure to be on the public side of the fenced pond area, we discovered that this sea of trees that we saw earlier was actually quite a bit thinner when seen from below. In fact, the dirt path led to a decently sized clearing with a creek and a small waterfall cutting through the limestone deposits. None of us could believe that we had missed such a thing just a few hours earlier, when Bill came to a realization. He disappeared around the corner back into the trees, and emerged at the top of the trail a few minutes later. Though we could plainly see him, the trees lined up just right so that he could not see anything beyond the rocks below the path ledge. Continuing further up the creek, we noticed that there were a lot of conveniently placed rocks, about the perfect distance apart to step without disturbing the water or the surrounding area. One could walk almost silently up and down the creek while the sound of the water masked the steps. Not thinking much of it, we took some pictures of the large moss-covered boulders all around, and got some pretty nice scenic shots as well. We find a place to make camp, and everything is going great, until we approach the waterfall. Just before the waterfall sat a clearing without any large boulders or rocks, and an odd arrangement of logs. One sat horizontal, supported at each end by 2 piles of rocks. In front sat a crude stone circle, with a pile of burnt logs inside. A fire pit, with a bench. Though a bit surprised at first, we shrugged it off as some weekend project that the people up in the house put together. After all, with such a cool place just a short walk from their home, why not? I have a similar fire set up at home as well, so I wasn't too concerned. "Hey, what the hell is this?" Kyle yells from a boulder a few yards ahead. On it sat a blaze orange beanie, a single gardening glove, an empty can of beer, and a stick of deodorant that had seen some serious wear. Looking closer at the beer can, we realized it must have been opened fairly recently. Foam was still fresh at the bottom, and it still had a fumey smell. Bewildered by what the hell we just found, Jake started looking around on the other side of the boulders upstream of the items. "Holy shit, there's a cave over here," he shouts back to us. Later, he told us that the cave was large enough to comfortably fit a person inside, and that more disturbingly, he'd seen a bunch of fabric inside as well. Before he could get a good look around, though, Kyle calls the three of us back over to him with a sense of urgency. He very quietly speaks to us and indicates we shouldn't shout back. "Shampoo! There's fucking shampoo here," he whispers, pointing urgently down at his feet. Sure enough, in the mud and leaves, there's a blue bottle of Suave shampoo right next to the creek. At this point, we're all adequately freaked the fuck out and ready to call our little soiree quits. Bill remains pretty sure that this is just junk left behind by the people up at the house after a weekend of a few too many bush lights, but things just didn't add up to me. There's one detail I've been leaving out up to this point. The day before, this part of Iowa got some really heavy rain, which contributed to the mud situation on the road and on the trail. With the combination of wind and rain, the items on the rocks would have shown some signs of being wet, if not displaced entirely. Also, the air was pretty cold, as it was every year around this time, not getting above the mid-40s for the whole week. Then everything started to click with me. Whoever drank the beer and left the shampoo, hat, glove, deodorant, and other things down there must have done so sometime this morning. The fire pit also had fresh char marks on the rocks, and the wood had not been wet for a while, meaning that it must have been lit last night at the earliest. The small cave would have provided enough shelter from the rain to stay dry. With the freezing temps all around throughout the day, whoever was using this shampoo out here must have had little other choice but to do so. If it was the homeowners, they would have had to be serious masochists to bathe in that shallow, freezing creek rather than at home. If it wasn't them, then we likely weren't alone right now. Whoever left these things had left them out in a hurry, and if they were here 4 hours ago, they would have been able to see us off the trail cliff long before we even knew they were down here. Remembering the arrangement of rocks on the stream, they could have even been leaving their camp just as we were coming down that trail. As I processed this, I started to look around at my surroundings and realized that the small area was bordered by thick trees on the trail side, several huge sets of boulders on the pond side, and limestone cliffs everywhere else. Due to the tree, rock, and hill cover, you could light a fire in the pit at night and nobody would ever know. The illusion of being able to see up the dirt trail from camp but not down played in reverse from the cliffs. If you were wearing brown or green, you could easily see down from the rocks on top while blending in completely with the trees above. Coming to all these realizations, I began to notice something else, something more sinister. The birds and small animals that we had previously heard all around were now completely quiet. Aside from the soft babble of the creek, the entire place was now silent. As I start to explain this to the rest of the group, I see the wheels turning in their heads as well. Jake starts to head back to the small cave when a rustling up on the limestone ridgeline catches our attention. Something large was shifting around up there. Something that apparently didn't want Jake to see what was in that cave. We all look up, and whatever or whoever made that noise starts shuffling down the ridge toward the makeshift camp. Because of the high cliff, the only way down to us would be by going all the way back down to the pond and then doubling back up to the stream. Realizing this and almost shitting ourselves at how open we were, we book it back up to the stream, up the dirt path, across the field, and back to our cars. On the drive back to Edgewood, we all try and process what the fuck just happened back there. I take a look at a satellite map. The only really accessible way to the cliff where we had heard the noise would be to walk up there from the pond. It was much too craggy to approach from the adjacent field to the east. Whatever made that noise had to be large, too. It would have had to have incredible timing to have started moving around just as Jake started looking at the cave and whatever fabric was inside. Kyle found a report of an escaped convict from a local prison a few weeks ago and was convinced that it was his camp that we found, though the rest of us were somewhat doubtful of this idea. To satisfy his concerns, though, we agreed to report the strange things we found to the police anonymously, since we all just wanted to get home at this point. None of us followed up on them, though, and I doubt anything really came of it. Still, though, things just didn't seem to add up. Whoever came running down that cliff wanted to keep whatever was inside that cave hidden. We figured he just wanted to scare us off, since the noises seemed to stop once we reached the dirt path. I thought it was odd that someone living out in the woods with something to hide would set up shop in a state park. That is, until I checked my GPS again. That little reroute that it took us on was an old entrance to the park that had been cut off by the purchase of the lake area, sometime between the map records used for Google's navigation being updated in that day. The current entrance to the park was about 2 miles north of where the GPS sent us, thinking it was a faster route. The place we were at was still public land for sure, but not quite what we had pictured. When I was around 6 or so, my parents divorced, and my dad was soon given full custody. My mom was an alcoholic and had racked up quite a few DUIs and such. Anyway, me, my younger sister, and my dad moved to a new neighborhood, and we transferred to the nearby elementary school. Now, the school was pretty close to my new house, maybe only 5 or 7 or so blocks away. Close enough to walk, but my sister and I, also a girl, were too young to walk alone. Sometimes our dad would walk us to school in the morning, and less commonly he'd walk to pick us up. Most of the time, though, he picked us up in his black Mazda. The way pickups worked at my school was a pretty common thing. We went out with our class, stood by our teacher and classmates, and when a car pulled up, designated staff members would ask who the student was they were picking up, then go find them with their class and escort them to the car. Seeing as my mom was in jail at the time, the only person who ever picked us up was my dad. On this particular day, I was in 3rd grade and my sister was in 1st. We were outside just waiting to be picked up. After being outside for only a few minutes, though, my sister came running over to me and said someone who wasn't our dad was in a car waiting to pick us up. He'd said both of our names and they'd found her first as well. She said he'd smiled at her and told her our dad had told him to pick us up that afternoon. She told him she wanted to find me first, though, before she got in the car, since she didn't recognize him at all. Thank God she did that. Our dad had always told us not to talk to strangers, so I grabbed a nearby teacher and told her what had happened. She instantly got this really alarmed look on her face and told us to stay where we were while she went to tell another teacher or something. Our dad arrived to pick us up just a few minutes later, and we got home perfectly safe. We told him all about what had happened, and we all had a long family talk together about safety protocol. He asked my sister to describe the man and the car. He called the police and gave them the best description he could, although my sister was very young and wasn't very focused on important details like that. A few weeks later, it happened again, but this time he had called specifically for me. My dad had given the school the same info he'd given the police, but presumably the man had multiple vehicles. My sister said he'd been in a red car, while this time he was in a black car that was very similar to my dad's. I had seen the black car from afar and ran up to it, but luckily I caught a glimpse of the face inside before I just opened the door and hopped in. He was middle-aged, really pale with a really angular face. We made eye contact. His mouth was smiling, but his eyes looked really wrong to me. Squinty and filled with anger. I turned back towards the carpool assistant who delivered me to the car to alert her, but by the time I did, the car had sped away, and I couldn't give very many details. My dad contacted the police again, but without a license plate, they weren't able to do much. The last time I saw him wasn't until months later near the end of the school year. I was walking home with a big group of kids that lived in my neighborhood. He drove by us and slowed the car down to try to talk to us. I recognized his face immediately, though, and alerted the other kids to run. Luckily, we were only about 3 houses down from where one of my friends lived, and we all piled into her house, concerning her parents significantly as we explained the situation. I never saw the man again after that. My dad started dating my now stepmom, and we moved to her neighborhood and switched schools shortly thereafter. I still think about that man occasionally, though. His face was actually in my dream a few nights ago, which is what reminded me to write this whole experience. To this day, I'm in my 20s now. I don't know how he knew our names, how he knew anything about us really. It's very fucking scary to think about what would have happened to my tiny little sister if she'd just gotten into the car with that man, and what might have happened to me if I had too. This story is probably one of the most single terrifying and exhilarating nights of my life. I was in a car chase. A little background. I'm from an area where there are small towns speckled in between large inner-city populations. The gang violence was so bad when I was in high school that the National Guard had to once come and support the local police force. The other issue was that if you wanted to do anything fun, chances are you had to rub shoulders with some unsavory types, due to all of the movie theaters, bowling alleys, etc., all being located in quite sketchy areas. Around this time, the Rocky reboot movie had just been released, and me and two of my friends decided to make the drive to the theater. I was with my best friend John, who was the silent, stoic type. He was a linebacker, and he was also captain of the football team. My other friend was Jack. Jack was more of a funny guy. Sometimes, sure, he loved to have fun at others' expense, but it was all mostly harmless jokes. Jack is now a semi-professional baseball pitcher. So, we're leaving the movie theater, and we see this car parked near ours that has been absolutely trashed. Dented, windows broken, dirt shoveled into the driver's seat. A nearby trash can had been dumped on the roof as well. Tires slashed. Someone was seriously pissed off at this guy. A giant 7-Eleven Big Gulp cup was standing upright on the roof. "Think I can knock that cup off?" Jack said, holding a rock. We were about 90 feet away, so it would have been quite impressive. We tell Jack, "No fucking way, let's just go." Me and John start walking and get into the car. All of a sudden, Jack comes running up to us. We need to go right now." Jack threw the rock like we had told him not to. Not sure if he had hit the cup, but he had definitely picked the most inopportune time to do so. "Yo, what the fuck?" We hear shouting and commotion coming from the theater. Looks like we just found the owner of that car. We now realized that we had no proof we weren't the ones who did this, and the neighborhood we were in was very shoot first and ask questions later. I started the car up and drove off in a hurry. Jack was laughing his ass off the entire time. "That guy can't catch us, his car is trashed." What we didn't account for, though, was that the guy was not alone. 5 minutes down the road, I get high beams flashing in my rear view mirror. I decide to turn down a side road next to a gas station. The car behind me cuts through and comes out just in front of me. He stops and puts it in park. The car behind me also stops, and I see the doors opening up. I'm completely shitting myself. My car is about to get shot up. We were going to die right there. My friends are all yelling, but I couldn't hear them at all. There's something about how me and John could easily fight 2 people each and Jack could help somehow. Fuck that. They probably had guns. They might even have had knives as well. We had a watch and an ice scraper, and some leftover milk duds. I catch a glimmer of silver near the driver's hand, and my heart stops. Nothing can really prepare you for that. I don't know what the guy had in his hand, but I was certain it wasn't anything I would like. Pure adrenaline kicked in, and I jammed my foot on the accelerator. I managed to sneak around the first car and cut back through the gas station. I blew a red light, and it was off to the races. We could see the cars not far behind us. Jack was nervously calling his friends to see if we can pull up to a party and gain a numbers advantage. John was in the passenger seat, calmly removing his jewelry and stashing his keys, wallet, and cell phone in my glove box. "Just pull over, man, we got this." I looked at him like he was nuts. He wrapped a chain around his fist. I was debating on whether I should just drive to a police station or try and intentionally get pulled over by a cop. We catch a good light, and the cars get stuck at a red light behind traffic. I took that opportunity to turn onto a larger road and try to lose them. I did 95 for about 3 minutes, and Jack reported from the back that he could no longer see them. I stupidly slowed down, but there was no way to get off the road. The next exit was a mile away, and Jack starts freaking out. 2 cars are gaining on us fast. It must be them. I don't know what caused me to do this, but I just decided to act normal. I pretended we weren't being chased. The cars gained on us, and right before the exit, the first car passed me, realized it was us, and slowed down. My "these droids aren't the ones you're looking for" trick worked, but only briefly. Long enough for me to swerve just at the last second and take the exit, effectively ditching the dumbfounded car in front of me. Now we just have to worry about the car behind us. I kept driving fast, such that the first car would never catch up. Now Jack was on board with pulling over and fighting just one car loaded of gangbangers. They really didn't think at all about what if they had weapons. Now in my home territory though, I'm flying up and down back roads with no lighting. These guys were completely out of their element. We could only make out 2 or 3 silhouettes, so we figured we could at least show some balls and try to fight. At this point, we had also decided they probably didn't have guns because there had been ample opportunity to shoot at us. So I pick a field and pull off into it. At this point, these guys have been following us for 15 minutes, so it's fair guess that they're now anticipating an ambush or something. Full on adrenaline rush again, we stop. John hops out first, then Jack. I take up the rear. We start walking toward the car, which is 100 feet away, and Jack starts waving. "Why the fuck are you waving, Jack?" Then I realize he's waving at the empty cornfield. He's gesturing at the car, directing a bunch of imaginary ambushers towards those gangbangers. There's no way that should have worked, but somehow it did. They put their car in reverse and gassed it out of there. My friend is definitely an asshole, but I have to admit that was an ingenious maneuver. I really don't know what would have happened if we had decided to fight and not run. This story happened around 4 years ago. Back then, I was 18 and had just graduated high school. I decided to volunteer for a month in a southern Asian country before my university starts. Volunteering was something I had always wanted to do. I managed to find a place to volunteer at and was supposed to live for the first week with family friends. Then I'd start living at my workplace. Thing is, my workplace couldn't house me due to construction and having another female volunteer coming soon, so I had to find a hostel to stay at. And that's my biggest mistake. Also, my dumb ass wanting to smoke some weed. I went on the internet and started looking for a hostel. Sure enough, I found one in the center of the city, in a relatively safe area. The hostel also had many great reviews from foreigners, so I thought it would be very safe. I visited this place and was greeted by Jay. He was apparently the nephew of the owner, and was responsible for greeting foreigners and showing them around. Jin, or Jay, was in his mid-20s, an average-looking dude, probably about 5'8". I'm 6'3" myself. After I made the arrangements for my stay there, I agreed to come the next day. He invited me to go on a walk with him to show me around the neighborhood, which I agreed to. During the walk, he starts to tell me a bit about himself. He lived in the UK for a bit, tells me about his family, and asks if I smoke. Back then, I was sort of a cool kid fresh out of high school, so I enthusiastically told him yes, since I was trying to get some weed but didn't really know how to. He told me he could get it for me, and when I came tomorrow he would have some for me. The next day though, when I go to the hostel, he tells me he couldn't get it after all, so I have to go with him to his friends. In hindsight, that was a big red flag, but I was a dumb kid who really wanted to smoke, so I said yes. George looked like a cartoon villain. All his facial features were sharp and narrow. He even had a little Von Dyke beard to go along with it. Basically a 5'6" Jafar from Aladdin. We all get in the tuk-tuk and drove to the slums of the city to meet this dealer. Anyway, we get the weed and they tell me we're making a stop at George's house, and we're gonna smoke there for a bit. Fine by me. I had no reason to suspect them since they had been so nice and polite with me. We reached this house in the slums. It was a small room with a bed and 3 chairs. Basically nothing else. No tables, no decor, no anything. I sat down on one of those chairs. Jin sat to my right, and George sat on the bed rolling out some joints for us. We started smoking and talking. They started asking me about why I was there, how old I was, stuff like that. Suddenly though, it started becoming a bit too personal. What my parents do for a living, how much they make. The one that really caught my attention. Who are the people you live with, and do they know where you are? Are they gonna worry about you if you don't call soon or something? I was stoned then, but in the moment they said that, I started sobering up immediately and realizing I was in a dangerous situation. I told them I was supposed to call them in a few hours, and they already knew which hostel I was staying at. Suddenly, another guy walked in out of nowhere and stood in the doorway completely blocking it off. He was about my height, but much bigger in size than me. I was trapped between them, and I had nowhere to go. Luckily, they couldn't really do anything to me yet, since I just told them I was expected to make a phone call to the family friends. Starting to get nervous, I told them I was too baked and couldn't even move or smoke, so I kept passing up on my turn. I just laid there acting as if I was high off my mind. They thought I was out of it. They started speaking in their language, but it was clear that it was me they were speaking about. Jin told them all about the electronics I had, and that I had paid my full stay in cash. Now George, God bless his soul, thought I wasn't aware of my surroundings, so in perfect English, which Jin had told me before he didn't even speak, started mocking me. He kept saying nice phone and asking me if I knew how to swim. I just looked at him and smiled and told them it was time to go because I was tired. We walked out, and I told them I needed to go to the market real fast. I asked if they needed anything. They kept telling me they'd just get me whatever I wanted themselves, but I insisted I wanted to go, and that perhaps they could just send one of them with me instead. They sent the big guy, of course. Now the market was across the street from a bus station, and the buses don't stop there. They just slow down and you hop in and hop out. So now was my chance. I waited until I saw a bus approaching. I sprinted like my life depended on it, which it likely did, and hopped in. They were screaming at me to come back, and started sprinting after the bus. The moment the bus reached the neighborhood of the family friends, I just hopped out and walked around. I had another let's not meet encounter there, but that's a story for another time. I walked around until morning came. That morning, I went to work and told them someone had tried to kidnap me, minus all the weird smoking parts and stuff. They escorted me to the hostel where I took my belongings, and work allowed me to stay with them after that. When I told my family friends about what happened, they told me it's apparently a common scam here, and they were planning on stealing my belongings and dumping me in the river when we left the house. That's why they asked if I knew how to swim, and if someone would be expecting me. This happened in the summer of 2010, when I was just entering my teenage years. My family took a trip to a really nice hotel in the city. I can't really remember why we decided to take the trip, but I remember a lot of family friends coming with and staying in adjacent rooms. I've never asked my parents, and it's not really important to the story either. To preface this though, I'm a bit of a scaredy cat, and I always have been. I'm a pretty skinny, fragile kid, so I get pretty spooked easily, even now. This, however, was almost definitely not me freaking myself out like I normally did. Looking back, I'm incredibly lucky I trusted my own instincts. This hotel had a bit of a strange design to it. The lobby was actually on the 4th floor, not the bottom floor, which I found strange. To access the lobby, you had to use the elevator. There was no way for you to get to it from the stairs. This information would have been nice before everything happened, as you'll find out. The hotel was organized in a square shape. Every floor was lined with a balcony, and you could look down into the lobby and cafe area from your floor. Essentially, if you were walking to your room, you could be seen from anyone that was on your floor if they just stepped out of their room and looked around. I was always afraid I'd somehow fall over the balcony and sail down 8 stories to my death, but they were high enough to a point where I wasn't too concerned for my safety. The first day or two was actually very nice. My friends and I hung out and played cards all day, or watched TV, or whatever kids like to do. At night, we'd explore the halls of the hotel and tell each other ghost stories. It was a really fun time, even though I didn't fully understand why we were even there. On the 3rd day, though, things got strange really fast. I woke up to the sound of screaming from outside my door. Now, because of the hotel's design which I mentioned, sounds from the lobby would echo all the way up to the top of the building, so when I walked outside to investigate, I immediately looked over the balcony to see what the commotion was about. I saw a girl laying on the ground, eggs and milk splattered everywhere around her. People were rushing to help her, and I heard a couple people telling each other to call 911. It seemed like the girl was unconscious. Maybe she'd passed out or something. I scanned the lobby and saw that my family and a couple of friends were in the lobby getting breakfast, all staring at the event in front of them. I decided I'd rush down to meet them to find out exactly what happened. The elevator was on the opposite side of my floor, so I took the stairwell located right next to my room. We were on the 7th or 8th floor, so I knew I only had to take about 4 flights down. Not a big deal. I descended for a little while, looking for the number 4 on the wall, or the letter L even. I passed floor 5, ready to find a door to the lobby. I took about 2 more flights down before realizing there hadn't been a door for the 4th floor, nor had there been a door for the 3rd or 2nd. Now at this point I probably should have turned back, but I continued down because I was tired and didn't want to go all the way back up. There were some weird side hallways that went into these pitch black areas with a bunch of piping and wiring, and although I was curious to explore, I passed them by. I quickly hit the bottom floor, a dimly lit and cold room with cinder block walls and concrete floors. In front of me was a double set of doors. I hesitated at first, but I assumed that this was just another way back to the lobby, so I opened them and entered. Behind these doors, though, was a massive warehouse-type room, probably the size of a smaller basketball stadium. The only light coming in was from the stairwell behind me, so I really wasn't able to see very much. Stairs were stacked and covered in plastic wrap, tables lined the wall, and in the distance I thought I could see boxes stacked and lined as well. It was probably the storage room for the hotel. I looked around and saw an elevator in the back of the room, so I made my way towards it. I closed the door to the stairwell and began to walk in the dim light. The room was super muggy and dusty, and it seemed like no one had been down there in a very long time. As I got closer to the elevator, I noticed it was a bit bigger than the elevators in the lobby and other floors. I pressed the up button but got no response. There was a card swiper next to the bottom. Must have been for employees only, I thought. I turned back toward the stairwell doors, making my way past the chairs and tables along the wall. When I got to the door, I gave it a big tug. Locked, of course. This is when things started to hit me. I realized I was stuck in the dark, dusty basement of a hotel. I didn't have a phone because my parents wouldn't let me get one until I graduated middle school, so I couldn't even call anyone for help. Everyone most likely assumed I was still asleep in the room, so I began to freak out, believing that nobody would even try to look for me. I searched around the warehouse, looking for other ways out. Some of the areas of the place were better lit than others, so I looked around in areas I could see first, before starting on the darker side of the room. There was one other set of doors that I found, but it happened to be locked as well. I began to cry, scared that nobody would ever find me in this basement. I swear it felt like hours, but I think it was only a handful of minutes before I heard the door creak open. It wasn't the door from the stairwell, though. Rather, it was the second door I had found. A slim, middle-aged man in a lab coat came out of the doors. Now, if this was 21-year-old me seeing this man, I would be immediately confused as to why this guy was wearing a lab coat in a hotel. I was only 12 or 13 at the time, though, so I immediately was relieved at the sight of an adult who looked very smart. I approached the man with tears in my eyes, and immediately he looked very surprised to see me, as you might expect. "What are you doing down here?" he yelled. "I got lost on my way down to the lobby and I've been locked in here. Do you have a key?" I was shaking, eager to get out of there. He didn't answer my key question. Instead, he said, "I know a way out of here. Follow me." He began to walk towards the doors with the stairwell, and I followed, relieved that someone had finally come to save me. As we approached the doors, I began to reach for the handle, but instead he continued walking. "Isn't the exit right here?" I asked him. I'll never forget the look on his face when I said that. He looked very nervous, and though it was dim, I could see sweat beginning to bead on his forehead and behind his glasses. "No, this way," he said very sternly. I continued to follow him, but I was now very nervous myself. We had passed the door to the stairs and were now headed toward a darker side of the basement, away from the elevators. He looked like he had no clue where he was leading me, and he kept checking around him, almost as if taking in the surroundings for the very first time. We turned a corner and began walking toward the boxes, a dead end. I immediately froze, realizing that something was very, very wrong. This guy had no idea where he was going, nor did he appear to work at the hotel either. I said, my voice shaking, "Okay, where are we going?" He turned and said, "This way. Just follow me." I knew that there were no doors by those boxes, though. I had checked there first after I found the stairwell door was locked. I want to thank whatever God is up there for gifting me with the idea I had next. I started yelling as loud as I could. I yelled so loud I gave myself a headache. The man, irritated and plugging his ears, began yelling back at me. "What are you doing? Be quiet!" I continued to yell. I don't even remember how long it was for. Finally, the man snapped and began walking quickly toward me. I went in a full sprint toward the stairwell doors, hoping to God they'd somehow magically be open. He didn't run after me. Instead, he sternly walked behind me, muttering things like, "Stupid fucker." I was about 5 feet from the door when somebody burst through. My savior, a hotel janitor who just so happened to have heard the screaming from the stairwell. He saw the situation. Me and this random guy in a lab coat in this locked basement. He immediately told me to get behind him. The janitor asked me who the man was. I said I had no idea. He had come in through the door on the other side of the room. I pointed to it. The janitor quickly radioed into the desk that he had found a child in the basement, and very quietly, so that I wouldn't hear, said this. "This guy came in from the outside. Get security," or something like that. The man in the lab coat started trying to argue with the janitor, claiming he had simply been looking for the bathroom. Obviously, the janitor wasn't buying it. He kept saying things like, "Wait till security gets here and talk to them about it." I was standing behind him the whole time, trying to take in what was happening, confused out of my mind. Eventually, an employee from the front desk arrived and took me back up the steps to the lobby, where I met with my family, who surprisingly had no idea I was even missing. I told them the whole story, crying and shaking, and they hugged me tightly, thanking the employee over and over for their help. I never got to thank that janitor, though. Looking back now, I have no idea what that man was doing in the basement. I don't have any information on what happened afterwards either, or who he was. I do know for a fact, though, that the incident with the girl in the lobby was unrelated. Something about her having low blood sugar. I'm not sure. I've thought about that day a lot, and the only explanation I can put together is that that door I had found in the basement led to the streets of the city, where he must have somehow wandered in from. I have no clue what his intentions were, why he was wearing a lab coat, and why he pretended to know the way out. To be frank, I guess this could have really been just a huge misunderstanding of some sort, and I just chose a really bad time to get lost. But all I know for sure is if I hadn't screamed my lungs out, I might not be telling this story the same way, or even at all. I live in a pretty small town in Ohio Amish country. During high school, we would always try to cure our boredom by finding off-the-path places to go. One night we had watched the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre and figured it would be a great idea to go find an abandoned house my buddy knew about. To get to this house, we had to park on a gravel road, cross a river, and walk about a mile into the woods. There were about 10 of us on this trip, all with flashlights, and I brought my shotgun along just for shits and giggles. We make it through the woods and walk up to the house. It's a turn-of-the-century mansion with no driveway, and it's clearly been abandoned for a very long time. We couldn't even walk inside because the second floor had collapsed down onto the first. As we're walking around the outside, one of my buddies notices a bunch of writing on one of the walls. As we take a closer look, we notice that at the end of the writing is 10 different initials, and each initial matches a different person in our group. That really creeped out a bunch of the girls, because we were already on edge after watching that movie. They all wanted to get the hell out of there. As we turn to walk away, I hear my buddy yell from the other side of the house, "Hey, I found something!" We all run over there and he is staring into a first-floor window. He points his flashlight through the window, and there's a white wedding dress tied to a rope hanging from the ceiling. Across the front is what looked like a huge blood stain. We immediately backed away from that window, but after about 2 steps I felt a shift underneath my feet. The next thing I know, there was a loud crash, and 6 of us were falling through the ground. We fell about 10 feet down, under the house into a large room. We knew it wasn't the basement because it was just dirt walls and floor. I shined my flashlight around. It honestly looked just like a room from Texas Chainsaw. Old ropes, chains, rusty hooks, saws. All sorts of crap was neatly placed on tables, and hooks were along the walls. I never took a second look before my buddy was screaming and yelling for us to get the fuck out of there and reaching down the hole to pull us out one by one. Everyone got out alright except for one guy who landed awkwardly when we all fell and had hurt his ankle pretty bad. 2 guys carried him through the woods and to the car, while everyone else stayed in a tight grouping as we walked back. I had my shotgun with me, so I took up the rear, walking backwards the entire way out. The safety was off, and I had never been more ready to shoot anything that walked up. The next day, a couple of us went back while it was light out. As we pulled down the gravel road, we noticed 3 cop cars on the side. We pulled up next to them and asked what was going on. Apparently, somebody had heard us screaming the night before and called the cops. When the cops got back in the woods, they investigated the house. As it turns out, it had been a meth lab, and there was apparently a murder scene. I never heard too much more after that, and I don't think they actually found the people who were using it for drugs. I still get freaked out sometimes when I think back on if we had stumbled onto the house while the drug guys were still there. I have another story about waking up in the middle of the night to a stranger at the foot of my bed stealing all my shit, but that's a story for another time. Okay, so this happened in 2016 when I was a 17-year-old first-year college student in film school. I'm now 22, and my name is Julia, by the way. I lived alone in my first ever apartment. It was really small, but I was really proud of my independence. I never felt unsafe in this apartment for several reasons. There were multiple gates in the residence that needed to be opened through a code that only people who lived there knew. My door also had 3 different locks, and it was also right next to the university, so most people who lived in the neighborhood were college students as well. In addition to this, I'd never heard about anything bad ever happening in this neighborhood before. I've always been very careful with locking the door when I leave my home. I always check at least twice. I have slight OCD about this. This one time I leave to go to class and lock my door, but for some reason I couldn't get my key to come out of the lock. It was completely stuck, so I went to the caretaker of the building to help me, but he wasn't there. I was getting late for class at this point, so I went to class with the keys still in the lock. I took the keychain off first though, so hopefully it wouldn't be too noticeable. When I got home, the caretaker was finally back, so he came to help me out. We still couldn't get it out for 15 minutes, until he somehow managed to force it. He told me the lock was now damaged, but that I didn't necessarily need to change it if I only locked it once instead of twice. I just said okay, and that was the end of it. I wasn't really worried because of how safe I felt in this building. Flash forward to 2 months later. I was taking out the trash one night around 11 p.m. while on the phone with my sister. I remembered telling her that I was taking out the trash, then that I would take a shower afterwards before heading off to a party. As I previously said, I always lock the door, even just to take out the trash. Because of my lock being damaged though, I only locked it once. When I got back to my apartment, I found the door unlocked, which immediately alarmed me. I went in and locked the door immediately, with all 3 types of locks. When you walk into my apartment, which is just 215 square feet, you have the main room in front of you and the bathroom door immediately to your left. I had left the bathroom door slightly ajar, just enough that I could see a man in my shower, turning his back to me. Naturally, when I saw this, I tried to open the door and leave as fast as possible, except my main lock was still damaged from 2 months earlier. I couldn't get it to open now, no matter how I tried or what I did. In this moment, all I could think of was the fact that I had to leave as fast as possible. Without even thinking, I decided to jump out the window. I figured it was the only solution. Except I lived on the 2nd floor, so I completely obliterated my ankles upon landing. I started running in whichever way I could, and when I got a bit further from the building, I looked back. A man was there at my window, watching me run away. I thought of 2 possible outcomes. Either the man was going to jump down and chase me, except I wouldn't get too far with 2 twisted ankles, or he would get scared of the height and be locked into my apartment. Thankfully, he picked option number 2. I went to hide in a bush a bit further down the path and called the police, who arrived in just 10 minutes because I lived very close to the station. They pushed the door open. The man was there sitting on my couch holding a kitchen knife, waiting for me to come back, like he didn't think I would call the police. They arrested the guy and later told me he had already been arrested before for sexual assault, rape, attempted kidnapping, and attempted murder. They also told me how everything had happened. Like I said, it was a very friendly neighborhood and with mostly college students, so we got inside the building by other people holding the door open for him. He then overheard me telling my sister I was going to take a shower, which is why he had been waiting in the bathroom for me. He crocheted my lock while I was taking out the trash. He'd apparently noticed me on school campus and followed me home several times before actually succeeding in coming inside. He stayed inside waiting for me because I had recently forgotten I'd changed my phone and the previous one was still on the table, so he thought I didn't have anything with which to call the police. I don't live there anymore, but after that, to get into the building, we all needed identification proving we lived there. Building IDs were created, and we had to scan them every time. It was the only way to go inside. Nothing bad ever happened in the neighborhood after that either. It just went back to being very peaceful and friendly. My dad worked at a beachside bar and grill when I was little. In addition to being a chef, he ran and DJ'd the bike and car shows for the restaurant as well. The car shows were usually on Wednesdays, and the bike nights were on Friday, a small detail but important to the story. The car shows were on a school night, so I was very rarely allowed to go, but my father would often bring me to the bike nights. By all accounts, I was an adorable and pretty mellow kid, and the bikers absolutely loved me. And yes, you might say that this was no environment for a little girl, but I learned a lot about loyalty and friendship from being around bikers. My dad even told me that some of them would call into the restaurant just to ask if I would be there that week, and they'd often bring me stuffed animals and candy as well. My favorite of the bikers was a man that I affectionately called Uncle Teddy. He was a friend of my parents and an absolute mountain of a man, around 6'8" and 400 pounds easily. He was an ex-Marine who loved his Harley and his cigars, and every week for 5 years he would bring me a Butterfinger and a Beanie Baby. I was 6 years old on the night this happened in 2003. My father had brought me to the bike show as he normally did, but I couldn't keep my eyes open past 8 p.m. The show didn't end until 10, so my dad had gotten into the habit of putting an air mattress in the back of the restaurant. He and Teddy would check on me every 15 minutes or so. I was asleep when I was awoken by a hand on my shoulder. It was a man I'd seen around sometimes before. He wasn't dressed in biker gear though. He was wearing a short-sleeved plaid shirt and jeans, and looked very greasy, although not particularly scary. He smiled at me and told me his name was Sean, that he was a friend of my dad's, and my dad had asked him to drive me home. My parents had tried to ingrain stranger danger deeply into me, and they told me 1,000 times to never talk to anyone I didn't know. But this man knew mine and my dad's name, as well as the personal nickname everyone called me, so I totally bought it. I got up, grabbed the flamingo Beanie Baby Uncle Teddy had given me, and started to walk toward the parking lot. Sean didn't have a bike. He had a very old 4-door sedan. He opened the back door for me and I climbed inside. You know how in senior citizens' homes they often have plastic-wrapped couches or chairs? That's what the back seat of his car was like, totally covered in plastic. I think now that it was probably there so there would be no trace of DNA left behind. Sean started to drive away, and to this day I can't believe how lucky I got. He had parked the car behind the restaurant in a way that wasn't immediately visible to the bike show, but as we pulled away, I saw Teddy heading through the door, presumably to check on me. He just happened to look up at that exact moment, probably to acknowledge the car, when I smiled at him. Uncle Teddy didn't waste a single moment. He didn't even stop to tell my dad what was going on. He jumped on his bike and was on that car's ass before we had even totally cleared the avenue that led out of the parking lot. The avenue that you had to take to get to the restaurant was long, about 1.5 miles. Then you had to go down another long road before you made it to the highway. Sean saw Teddy approaching in his rear view and attempted to speed up, but he must have realized it was futile. He'd been seen already, and Teddy had his license plate and a good description. Sean stopped the car, turned around, and told me very calmly to get out. I was scared by this point. I didn't waste a moment climbing out and running to Teddy. Sean burnt rubber driving away, and Teddy held me for a moment before putting me on the back of his bike and taking me to my dad. By the time we got back, the cops had already been called and were surrounding the place. A lot of the show had emptied out. My dad was sobbing and screaming on the sidewalk outside the restaurant. I'll never forget that moment. I ran right up to him and hugged him as tightly as I could, and then the rest is all sort of a blur. I talked to the cops, I talked to my dad, I even went down to the station and spoke to a sketch artist. I didn't get home until around 2 a.m. Teddy never left my side. An APB was put out on the vehicle, which had been reported as stolen. The sketch circulated around the local news stations, but it never turned up anything concrete. At one point, I was asked to take a look at a lineup, but none of them were him either. Fast forward about 8 years. I was 14, and my dad decided I was finally old enough to know what had happened. Sean had been spotted lurking around the bike show a few times before that night, and was a customer at the restaurant fairly regularly. He knew my nickname because he had been watching me for over a month. He knew my schedule as well, and consequently how often Teddy and my dad checked in on me. When his evil plan was botched, Teddy brought me back to the show. Everyone then left. I assumed it was because of the police investigating a crime scene, but I was wrong. They were all out looking for Sean. Teddy told them the make and model of the car with the description of Sean, and one of the guys thought he sounded like a guy that frequented one of the biker bars downtown. I remember my dad paused for a long time, and I asked him what happened after that. "They found him," he said. The story I'm about to tell you happened yesterday night. I live in Nantes, West France. I'm quite a petite girl, and so I avoid confrontation whenever I can. I'm pretty good at it because since I can remember, I've had a very strong sixth sense type of thing. I tend to avoid people who make me anxious naturally. It's allowed me to survive some very dangerous situations, and even prevent one kidnapping. But that's not a part of this story. Yesterday, I visited a very close friend of mine. A few days ago, she broke her leg, see, so I decided to cheer her up by giving her a few gifts. The atmosphere was so nice that I didn't notice once it got dark outside. Despite the late hour, though, I decided to go home. I said goodbye to my friend and left her apartment. I was about 40 minutes from home, but I walked this distance many times without any problems, so I thought it would be the exact same this time. Oh, how wrong I was. Less than 5 minutes had passed, and I already felt like it was going to be hell. I was approaching one of the many bridges in our city. I didn't see anyone around, though. I thought maybe my senses were just playing tricks on me. This had happened before, so I just kept on going. The bridge was about 20 meters in front of me, before I heard a conversation and a giggle. I turned my head slightly and saw 3 men walking towards me. I felt a cold sweat on my back, but it was already too late to turn back. I didn't want to show them that I was afraid. I know that type of behavior provokes even more harassment. I kept walking, but I turned my music down. I didn't take my headphones off, though, because I didn't want them to know I was suspicious of them. I could hear their footsteps behind my back. They were saying something, but I couldn't tell what it was. They were speaking in a different language. I was already on the bridge when they caught up to me. As I said, I'm a very petite girl. They were over 180 centimeters tall. They surrounded me. I had no chance but to go ahead. A shudder ran through my body. I didn't know what they wanted or what they were saying, but I could tell it was nothing good and that I was in danger. They kept talking to me as well. They leaned over me and whispered something into my ears, and they laughed. That sound will haunt me for the rest of my life. At one point, they noticed I was doing my best to ignore them, and so the worst began. They started making these animal noises. It may sound strange and maybe even funny to some of you at home, but it was very terrifying to me. They howled, growled, whistled, and kissed the air loudly, and they got in real close to my face. I was desperate, but where would I go? I was trapped on the bridge. I would definitely kill myself if I jumped into the water, or at the very least break both of my legs, if I got lucky. Those 2 minutes to cross the bridge felt like an eternity to me. When we got to the end of it, I was sweaty and close to tears. I thought I was going to throw up. I was shaking, which seemed to amuse them even more. Then a miracle happened. Someone called out my name very loud. I looked up and saw someone approaching us. He was a very tall man, several years older than me, but I didn't know who he was. I had no idea who he could be or how he even knew my name, but it didn't matter at the time. I felt like he was my guardian angel. He came over to us and was staring furiously at the 3 strangers. I didn't see their faces, but I could hear them fall completely silent. "What are you doing to my girlfriend?" he asked, still frowning at them. He stretched out his hand in my direction, never taking his eyes off them. "Come on, sweetheart, let's go." I didn't wait. I didn't know who he was, why he was helping me, but I didn't care. I gripped his hand tightly and almost nestled against his shoulder. My heart was beating fast and loud, but I was thankful he had come to my aid. The three strangers and my savior exchanged tense glances. They were silent. I was beginning to think that they would try and attack him because he was there alone, and I wouldn't have the strength to help if they did. But it didn't happen. I could hear their teeth grinding as they muttered something. My savior held my hand tighter and watched them. They turned back and went back on the bridge. We stood in the same place for some time. He looked at me and smiled very gently. At that moment, my body gave up. I started shaking uncontrollably and almost drowned in my own tears. The man didn't say a word. He just held my hand and gave me time to cool down. After a long moment, he offered to take me home. We walked slowly and talked about various things. Actually, he was mostly doing all the talking. I was just nodding along. I found out he had been walking near the bridge and noticed the whole scene. He didn't know what was going on, but he decided to react and help me if it turned out his assumptions were correct. I asked him how he knew me and how he knew my name. He looked very surprised and smiled. He said he didn't. He used this name because it's one of the most popular in our country. When we got home, I was still shaky but very happy. I offered him something to drink, but he kindly declined, and we said goodbye. I can't believe how lucky I was yesterday. If I hadn't met him, I don't know if I could be writing about it today. So Luke, thank you. Thank you very much for saving me. I hope to meet you again one day. As to the three strangers, I reported to the police what happened about me. They were very helpful, but I still feel uneasy thinking about it. I found out that I'm not the only one who informed them about dangerous men walking the streets at night. 2 women had done this before and described the exact same men who harassed them. The descriptions matched perfectly, so the police hope to catch them soon. I was scared and hesitant, but I told them about the good man too. Fortunately, he didn't appear in any of the other statements of the 2 women. One woman described 3 men, the other described 5. But none of their descriptions matched Luke. I believe he had nothing to do with them. I'll be careful in the future. Thanks to everybody who read this, I understand I have to observe my surroundings and not let my guard down. I'm still very grateful to him for saving me though, and I believe he's a good and honest man. I thank you for all of your warnings and support, and if I ever find out more, I'll let you know. In August of 2006, I was living on the north end of Pittsburgh in the hills, attending school at the Culinary Institute. It was a neighborhood filled with fellow students, lots of lower-income families, and quite a large population of immigrants as well. I lived in this big apartment building on a main road through the complex, where another road shot off right in the middle of the building I lived in, forming a Y-type intersection. I had just gotten home from class, so it was about 5:30 or so. As some college kids have been known to do, I got ready to meet up with some friends who lived just up the street. I left my apartment from the back, walked around to the east side and up the street, when I noticed about 20 feet ahead was a woman who I never spoke to, but who usually rode the bus with me home from school. I recognized her. I half-assed took a look across the street, seeing nothing, and took one step into the road to cross. Not half a second later, I hear tires screeching, and I see a car speeding from the road that offshoots from the middle of my building, towards me. I jump back and fall as I avoid the car. All while that was happening, the car takes a sharp 180-degree turn to hit the wall of the building across the Y intersection of the street from me. There are usually quite a bit of kids running around in my hood, and people walking from the bus stop as well, but at this moment, it only seemed to be the driver and I in the local vicinity. I was laying on the ground and got up to see if the driver had been hurt, because at that moment I hadn't realized he just slammed into the woman I saw walking and killed her. I quickly saw blood everywhere as I approached the scene. I didn't even comprehend what the hell was going on. until I saw brains and guts seeping from between the grill of the car and the building wall. My phone was in hand and talking to the 911 operator at this time. They asked me to confirm the person was dead. The police arrived shortly thereafter. I gave a fully detailed statement of what I saw and went about my business. It was all I could think of to do. I was there for about an hour when I just wanted to go home and chill by myself. I left my friends and immediately noticed all 3 buildings around the scene, including mine, were completely blocked off by the police. I go back to my friends and stay the night. The next morning, a detective calls me and asks me to be the main witness in the trial, as no one else really came forward or had as detailed a description as I did. Being 19 at the time, I really had no idea what that entailed, so I agreed. Not that I would change my mind now, of course. I was very close to graduating, which meant I was moving out of state. I traveled back to Pittsburgh 5 times, I think, throughout the period of 3 years. I found out that the man driving the vehicle had recently divorced the woman he killed. He had been making threats to her ever since the separation. They had 2 young children, and they were refugees from Bosnia. Luckily, at least, the murdered woman had one relative here who the children stayed with. That shit still makes my heart beat 1,000,000 miles a minute, and it makes my stomach turn every time I think of it. So this happened roughly about 2 years ago. I worked at a hotel which had 50 rooms between 3 floors. I was the only employee in the building after about 5 p.m. It should also be noted that I am a girl. The hotel is on the farther side of the city, but it's still considered to be on the nicer side. A lot of companies will send their workers to us for room and board, instead of the shadier motels on the opposite side of the city. Some of them were great guests. Others completely trashed everything. But that happens everywhere you go, I suppose. The layout of the building was pretty simple. You pull up to the front entrance, enter the foyer, and the front desk and lobby is right through a set of automatic doors. Right across the hall from the lobby was a staircase leading to the 2nd floor, and to the left was our elevators to the 2nd and 3rd floor. The 1st floor only has rooms on one side, to compensate for our pool, workout room, and breakfast area and dining room, as well as the lobby and office rooms all being on the opposite side. The upper floors had rooms on both sides, with the 3rd floor having the most of the rooms. Typically, the 3rd floor, the highest, we kept only for business and long stays. The 2nd floor was purely reserved for short stays or bigger parties, and the 1st floor was kept open for elders who had wheelchairs or walkers, or maybe people who would come in late at night for a one-night stay. Anyway, it was getting towards the last few hours of my shift. It was very slow that night, aside from a few work groups I had checked in a few hours earlier. Just then, I noticed a raggedy, rusted, and beat-up black pickup truck pulling into the brightly lit car pit, so I got my paperwork ready for a check-in. The guy gets out completely covered in dirt. I figured maybe he'd just gotten off work. Most guys in gardening or construction and stuff come covered in dirt or oil. I specifically remember that he reeked as well, which I guess wasn't too out of the norm. Entirely, I chalked it up to him being an oil field or construction worker perhaps or something. I got his credentials. His name was Michael, and I scanned him into the computer. He was very reluctant to leave his vehicle information with me, but I explained that if he didn't, his vehicle was at risk of being towed by morning time. I thought he caved in because he was going to be there for only one night. Michael requested a 2nd floor room, close to the lobby staircase, so he could have easy access to the front doors for smoking. After taking in his payment, I set up his room keys. I explained the parking, policies, and explained how he could get to his room, which was right up the staircase, and the door was on the opposite wall. He had a few bags with him, and he went upstairs. Almost immediately, he came back down the stairs and accused me of giving him broken room keys. I had to explain that if he put them next to his phone or anywhere near a magnet, potentially in his wallet perhaps, the keys would deactivate. I offered to take him upstairs and open the room for him, to make sure the new set of keys worked. They did. He walked into his room by himself, shut the door, and so with that, I was on my way back down to the lobby. When I got back into the office though, something odd caught my eye on the cameras. He hadn't left the building, but his car was not in the front anymore. He didn't mention anything about having another person with him. If there was, we were supposed to charge a $10 extra fee per person. The side doors don't open unless you have a room key or are on the inside of the hotel, so I started to watch the cameras to make sure he wasn't trying to sneak people in or something. About 20 minutes pass and I notice nothing happening except him coming down the stairs now. I smile politely and I see him go outside. He stays out there for 10 minutes, just standing in the carport. I can see it on camera as well. I thought this was a bit weird, but maybe he was just having a smoke. I stopped paying attention after a while and started to file away my paperwork that was due before my shift ended. Michael sprinted back into the hotel, cigarette still in his mouth. I instructed him he had to take it outside and put it out. I had told him prior we didn't allow smoking inside the building. He just threw it on the ground and put it out with his shoe. He turned his attention toward the TV and ended up sitting in the lobby for an ungodly amount of time. He kept glancing nervously towards the door as well, which made me quite uncomfortable. The friendly demeanor he had had at check-in completely disappeared. He seemed very paranoid and agitated now. He would whisper to himself. I couldn't hear what he was saying. After about 30 minutes of him doing this, I instructed him to go back up to his room. I couldn't just have people sitting in the lobby while I was working on closing procedures. It was a lie, but ownership allows us to make up reasons if we're uncomfortable with a guest's presence. Michael asked me to take him up to his room because he was uncomfortable and scared. I explained I was unable to do that for safety reasons. What I could do was watch him go up the stairs on the camera, and he could call down to the office on his room phone when he arrived at his room. I was just trying to be friendly and get him upstairs as quick as I could. He goes up, but immediately comes down and says that he forgot where his room was, and I needed to show him right now. I told him I couldn't leave the office or lobby, but I could explain to him where his room was because it was super simple. He started whispering to himself. This time, something about losing his phone, I think. I didn't pay much mind to it. After explaining where his room was, he went back upstairs. I could hear the door slam shut from all the way down there. It echoed throughout the second and first floors, and gave me chills for some reason. Almost immediately, he came sprinting back down, and starts yelling at me, telling me I stole his phone and that I'm planning his demise. This was obviously bogus. I hadn't even left the office since making sure his room key worked. He asked me for help. He begged. I just wanted him to go away, so I slipped a screwdriver in my pocket just in case he tried to attack me. I began rummaging through the lobby couches looking for his phone. I didn't find it, but I did find his credit card, which he also began to accuse me of stealing. I stood my ground and said if he can't respect me and my place of work, I could call the police and request they escort him to his room, or perhaps off the facility. He got even angrier. He snatched his card from my hands and went back outside. After about 20 minutes, he came back in. He was a lot calmer, but now he begged me to go outside with him because there was something wrong with his car. I absolutely refused, of course. He keeps telling me I need to go outside. It's not fair that he's the only person out there working on his car. He just needs some fucking help. I tried to explain I'm not allowed to accompany a guest outside the building, but he just starts repeating like a robot that I absolutely have to go outside with him right now. I have anxiety, and I tend to let my mind roam over wide horizons, and this was no different. I was about to have a panic attack. I called the owners and asked them what the hell I should do. It was my first hotel job, and although I have tons of freedom, I still wanted to know how to properly handle this situation. The owner told me if I was uncomfortable and suspected he was under the influence or a danger to myself or himself, I had full reign to call the police, even have them ban him from the property. I asked if they could keep an eye on the cameras too. They have access at home, and he was acting very weird. I locked all the lobby doors and made sure the side and fire exits were all properly secured and closed, so no one could sneak in. I did this all while being on the phone with my boss, because I was scared to leave the office by myself. After getting back behind the office, I locked the door and braced for him to come back inside. My boss tells me to watch the cameras carefully and keep my cell phone nearby just in case I have to call for help. Meanwhile, I'd noticed on the cameras that I couldn't see Michael anywhere anymore. I didn't know where he parked, but I damn sure was not going to go looking myself. What I did notice was another vehicle driving slowly through our parking lot. I called the hotel next door to ask if the car was on their cameras too, and I was informed it was an unknown vehicle to their records. It was unknown to mine as well. This shot my anxiety up even further. The car would drive around the back of the building, to the front, but avoid the carport. It would then turn in and do the same thing to the building next door. The lot was almost empty, so I know they weren't looking for a parking spot. As the car keeps doing this, I'm watching it on the camera, so focused that I didn't even notice Michael come back inside. Telling him that he either needs to go up to his room or vacate the premises, he just continues to yell at me, saying I need to go outside with him right now. He won't move out from the front of the entrance. I imagine he was staying within view of whoever else he kept looking back at. All of a sudden, I just see him sprint across the parking lot and out of camera view. I didn't see the car anymore after that. Since it was practically the end of my shift, I somehow managed to get everything done just in time for the next to arrive. I was so glad to see her, I started crying. I explained to her what was happening, and that the owners wanted her to keep the lobby doors locked. We put up signs explaining our doors were broken, and due to safety reasons, guests would have to call for entry or to use the side entrances for their room. I deactivated Michael's room keys, and told the next shift girl not to let him back in. If he showed up, to call the police because he was now a security risk. I made sure she watched me get into my Uber ride after triple checking the vehicle and driver matched what my phone said. Since I was a regular customer of this driver, he asked me why I was so riled up. I asked him to drive through the parking lot with his doors closed so I could see if Michael's truck or the other vehicle I'd seen driving were anywhere near the buildings. They were nowhere to be seen. I have no idea what happened to them. The next day I had my boyfriend come stay the entire evening shift with me just in case he came back. I was told by my bosses that he had never come to get his stuff back. He wouldn't pick up phone calls either. Nothing happened that night, or any other night, except for a month later. Michael suddenly came back in asking about his stuff and if he could get a room. I refused, and luckily other people were with me in the lobby and the office. I had our maintenance man go retrieve his items for him and explained he was no longer allowed on the property. If we saw him, the police would be called and he would be arrested for trespassing. Again, this wasn't true, but we didn't want him coming back at all. As I glanced, I noticed that Michael was in a different vehicle this time. It was a newer model SUV. It was maroon. It matched neither his beat-up black pickup truck nor the dark-colored sedan I'd seen driving circles around the hotel. If there was anything that sat with me even after all this time, though, it's that he remembered my name. He addressed me by my name when he walked up to the counter. At first, I thought, oh yeah, my name is part of my uniform, until I realized I'd forgotten to ever put my name tag on that day. After that, I refused to wear one in the hotel. Management even let me create a fake name and wear that from that point on. It took me a while to feel safe in that building again while I was alone. I constantly had my boyfriend with me while I worked the evening shift. I guess there's a chance the guy and the circling vehicle were unrelated, but my anxiety and the aura I got from Michael that night, it didn't feel good or safe. So here's my creepy pizza delivery story from college. When I was in college, I got a job delivering pizzas late at night. Typically, I would work until about 2 a.m. It was a real shitty job, and the shop was extremely dirty, unsanitary, and falling apart. But I typically made some really good tips, so I guess it was worth it in the end. I was 19 at the time, and I'm female as well. It was summertime in Colorado, so even at night it was still fairly warm, a somewhat important detail for later. This was my second weekend on the job, so I was still getting used to it. I'm already a paranoid person, so I just preferred dropping off the pizza, taking my tip, and then leaving right away for the next delivery. I pretty much never went inside the person's house, and if I did, I would just step inside real quick but make sure to leave the door open. It was pretty close to midnight when I got a delivery to a house on the east side of town. It was supposed to be my last delivery of the night. I pulled up to the house and it looked pretty normal from the outside. The street was extremely dark, but I didn't feel uncomfortable yet. I walked up to the door and knocked. This huge shirtless old dude with a massive beer belly answered the door and told me to come inside. I got weird vibes from him right off the bat. I declined to come in and just tried to give him his pizza right there. Then he insisted, "Come inside, it's freezing out. We don't want the cold air coming in." This didn't make sense. It was right in the middle of summer. It was still warm. Stupidly, I got nervous and took one step inside his house, not going all the way in though. No, come inside all the way. It's cold out. I should have left at this point, but I was freaking out and not thinking straight. I went inside. He closed both the screen door and the main door behind me. I was trying to calm myself down, telling myself I'm overreacting. He yells to his wife that the pizza's here. I can visibly see her in the kitchen cooking. It seemed weird she would order a pizza but also cook. I don't know. I looked around their living room. It was filled to the brim with these weird stuffed animals, completely covering the couches, tables, windowsills, everything. Something was wrong about this room. His wife walked into the living room holding something outstretched in her hand. She walks up to me, and I see it's some kind of weird bread or cake. "Here, eat this banana bread. Don't worry, it's not poisonous." What the fuck? I try to politely decline, lying and saying I'm on a diet. She stares at me with a dead-ass glare, still with her hand outstretched, insisting I take the bread. I don't take it. She gets real upset. She starts screaming at me to just eat the bread. I decline again, but this time I'm not trying to be polite. I tell the couple that I need to get going back to work now. I'm still holding their pizza too, thinking about just running out the door at this point. She gives up on trying to make me eat the bread and walks back into the kitchen. The man turns to me. "Well, why don't you wait a bit and let me find some change for your tip?" He starts looking all around the living room, digging through everything to find change to give me, I guess. I tell him, just forget it, I don't need any tip. I just want him to take this damn pizza, but he insists on finding a tip for me. He spends the next several minutes searching his stuffed animal-infested living room for change, and it becomes quite clear to me that they're trying to stall for something. Most people already have the tip ready when I get there. I was so nervous at this point, I just tell the dude I'm leaving and start to open the door. He comes sprinting over to take the pizza and give me a few quarters he managed to find. I booked it out of there and went back to the shop. I told my supervisor what happened, but he didn't really seem to care. He just sent me on another delivery after. I was super pissed. I don't know for sure that the couple was actually nefarious or anything, or if they were just really socially awkward, but I do know that I never delivered to that house again. During the summer, when I was home from college, I worked with a couple of friends as a morning cleaner at the local movie theater. It was fairly new, built in the early 90s with 3 big screen rooms, 4 mid-sized screens, and 3 smaller screens. My job as a morning cleaner was to clean all the screening rooms during a shift that went from 4 a.m. to 10 a.m. It would take me about 20 minutes to get to work from where I lived. The theater was out in an area that was kinda in the middle of nowhere. Before the area was renovated, we were told it was part wetland, part farmland, and the rest was owned by the local nature center. The first couple of weeks that I worked there, nothing really out of the ordinary happened. Typically, there would only be 2 or 3 of us working a shift. There was a lot of time spent by yourself, though, cleaning and listening to your iPod. Occasionally, we'd meet up with the day shift in the morning and give them a breakdown of maintenance issues that we were dealing with, and other things they'd like us to look at. One day in particular, my manager asked me if we had noticed the front doors being unlocked when we arrived in the morning. When I said no, the manager went on to tell me that customers, primarily women, were complaining about a tall, lanky man in a suit that had been following them from theater to theater, sometimes into the bathroom as well. Several times, women had come to the front desk frightened out of their minds, describing this 7-foot-tall man in a black suit, complete with a bowler cap that walked slowly after them. A few times, even the police were called. The teenagers that worked the day shift referred to him as the tall man. He primarily targeted women. Occasionally, a male coworker would catch a glimpse of him sneaking into the theater. On a couple of occasions, they would even pursue him, thinking it was someone trying to sneak into a movie, only to find nobody there. We had 12 theater rooms total, but Theater 5 was the worst. Nobody wanted to clean out Theater 5. When I first started, I was fairly naive about ghosts and spirits. I didn't understand why even my boss was scared of Theater 5 and kept assigning me to be the one to clean it out. What made Theater 5 unique was that it sat behind the bathrooms in the lobby. So to get to the sitting area, you had to walk down a long hallway before reaching the screening room. Being that far back, you were the most secluded, especially when it's 4 a.m., and the only other people you're with are on the other side of the building. People cleaning there would complain of nosebleeds, constant headaches, a feeling of being watched. My first supernatural experience took place here. It was a normal morning. I had just finished sweeping out the lobby, and I was taking care of the cups and other garbage in Theater 5. By routine, you go through and throw away leftover cups and popcorn before vacuuming and sweeping the area. I had my iPod on, and as I was going through throwing cups away, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was behind me. I kept turning around, even at some points taking out my earphones and shouting, "Hello?" Of course, there was nobody there. Like I said, it was a normal morning, and I had no reason to suspect anything. I went about my routine instead. About 20 minutes later, I'm at the top back row, sweeping out garbage from under the seats, when I start hearing footsteps, somebody running. I look down, and at the front of the theater, I catch a glimpse of a little blonde-haired boy turning the corner into the long hallway as he ran out of the theater. Immediately, I threw down my broom and chased after him. I ran down the hallway and out into the lobby, but there was no kid. I walked further into the lobby and saw my boss through the front entrance on a smoke break. "Who was that kid?" I asked. My boss, Jeff, looked at me. For a moment he was confused, but then he laughed. I'll never forget how casually he said it. "So you met Charlie, huh?" Charlie was another thing customers constantly complained about. On several occasions, they claimed a little blonde-haired boy was running up and down the aisles in the theater, causing all kinds of noise and ruckus during the movie. Of course, it was in Theater 5. Whenever an usher would come to apprehend the child, he would have already disappeared. The female staff affectionately named him Charlie, after his resemblance to the character in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Charlie was also responsible for knocking several cans of garbage over, throwing papers around, misplacing things, generally making being a morning cleaner a real pain in the butt. Charlie was more of a nuisance than anything. My only encounter with the tall man came a couple weeks after my run-in with Charlie. I had yet to hear about him at this point. Had I known, I most likely would have quit sooner rather than later. Usually in the morning, if you're the first to arrive, it's your job to walk up into the projector rooms and turn on all the lights in all the theaters. This is an easy task, except the top floor with the projects has a lot of life-size cutouts of movie characters and massive posters. In the dark, it can be kinda creepy. I had done this several times before, and since I was the first to arrive, I go about turning all the lights on. The projector area itself was dark. Typically, we'd carry a flashlight with us while going around flipping switches. That morning, I couldn't find the flashlight. We'd later find it in the garbage. I walked through the dark hallway of projectors, flipping all the switches. I had stayed up all night prior watching the Andy Griffith Show. I remember it because I was whistling the theme song to myself as I walked down the corridor. Once again, I got that feeling of being watched, and something several yards away in the area with the projectors overlooking the IMAX theater rooms, was staring back at me. I stopped whistling and tried to focus my eyes. It was a cardboard cutout. They were everywhere, so I kind of dismissed it and was about to flip the next switch when that cutout moved. I froze. What I thought was a cutout was actually a figure hunched over. Quietly, it was whistling the Andy Griffith theme song, imitating me. Slowly, it rose up from its crouch, revealing itself to be at least 7 feet tall. It seemed to be a man. All I could see was a silhouette against the red exit sign lights and some of the projector computer monitors. It started toward me, whistling quietly. I wanted to move, but for some reason, my feet were cemented in the spot, and I had cotton for a tongue. I didn't know what to do. Slowly, the tall man stepped toward me. He walked with a bit of a waddle, as if he had a limp in his left leg. He had taken about 3 or 4 steps toward me, when something caught his attention and he turned and walked into an office down the hall. I turned back and ran down the steps and waited outside the theater until my boss and the rest of the crew arrived. I told them what had happened, and they explained the existence of the tall man. They said he wasn't going to hurt me, though. I didn't know that, and I didn't care either. That experience alone was enough to make me put in my 2 weeks. My 4-year-old daughter absolutely loved animals. She always wanted to get a cat or a dog, but my severe allergies prevented us from ever being able to get a pet. Even the pets that claim to be hypoenergenic. Really, dander comes from the skin anyway, not the hair. I did buy a tank with a couple of zebrafish, but that was a mistake, and those very quickly became my responsibility instead. One afternoon, while my husband was at work, I was washing the dishes. It was a nice and sunny day out, and I would have much preferred to have been outside and enjoying myself. My daughter was outside in our fenced-in backyard having a tea party with her plushy animals. I would like to say that I always kept a good eye on her, but sometimes I did get busy and lose track of time. The fence in our backyard was a very high wooden fence with no gate, though, so I never thought it would be possible that she was in any danger. When I was almost done washing the dishes, my daughter Cindy came running into the house. She was very excited and had this big smile that reached from ear to ear. "Mommy, Mommy!" Cindy cried joyously. "I got myself a doggy!" I put down what I was doing and looked at her strangely. "What are you talking about?" I asked. "A doggy got into our backyard and played with me," she informed me. "It told me that it was going to be my own special doggy." I was, really confused and very concerned. At first, I was worried that a dog may have actually gotten into the backyard somehow. I immediately went into the yard to see, but there was no dog there. There was also no indication that there was any way one could have gotten into the yard. "Well, where's your doggy, sweetie?" I asked my daughter, assuming she had just made up an imaginary pet or something. "Oh, he had to go home. He told me he'd come back to visit me again, though." When my husband got home, I told him about what had happened. He wasn't too concerned about it, though. He had had an imaginary friend as well when he was a child, and told me that just because Cindy had wanted a dog so badly, she'd likely just made one up. I joked and asked him if he made up an imaginary friend because he couldn't find any real friends, and then he stopped talking to me for the rest of the night. For the next week or so, things went pretty much like they'd had that first day. While I was washing the dishes or cleaning the kitchen, Cindy would be out in the backyard playing. Each time, she came back and told me about all her fun playing with her doggy. On Thursday, Cindy was out in the backyard playing, when the strangest thing happened. I heard a bark, a very odd-sounding bark, really deep and almost kind of muffled. I was immediately concerned a stray dog had really been getting into the yard somehow. Who knows what it could do to my daughter? It may be carrying diseases or something. What if it had rabies? Although it had been nice to her so far, if Cindy unintentionally irritated a wild dog, it might attack her. I put down my washcloth and ran out the back door. What I saw with Cindy, though, was a lot worse than just a stray dog. There was a man in my backyard wearing a dog costume and playing with my daughter. It was this ratty costume that actually kind of made him look like he was a stray. He was on all fours as well, but it was easy for me to tell he was a tall and large man. My daughter was throwing him a ball while he was fetching it back to her. The man saw me standing on the back porch, a horrified expression on my face. The only thing I could do was yell at him. "Get the hell away from my daughter, you freak!" The man immediately jumped up onto his back feet, dropped the ball with amazing dexterity that I could not believe for a man of that size, and immediately ran off to the fence and jumped over it in one bound, pulling himself up quickly and over the top. "Don't go, doggy!" My daughter cried as the man ran off. He was quickly gone before I could do anything more. I did call the police, but there was very little they could do. Other than the fact that the man was wearing a dog suit, I couldn't give them a very good description, and obviously the suit would be easy for him to just take off. My husband was livid, but we were helpless in this situation. The police just told us we should be happy I discovered what was going on before the man either injured or kidnapped my daughter. Needless to mention, they were probably right. Two things came out of this experience. One, my daughter no longer played in the backyard by herself from then on. And two, we finally got her a real doggy, a German Shepherd which wouldn't let any other dogs into his backyard. As far as my allergies go, I guess I'll just have to deal with it to keep my daughter protected. My name is Jeff, and this story happened when I was a child. When I was 10, my family lived in a 2-bedroom house. My parents slept in one room, which was conveniently on the far end of the house, while I shared a room with my 7-year-old brother, Michael. I really didn't mind sharing the room with him because I loved my little brother, and the two of us got along really great. Now, one night when we were in bed, Michael suddenly tugged on my blanket. Groggily, I opened my eyes and saw my brother looking at me scared. "What do you want, Mike?" I asked Michael. He corrected me since he hated being called Mike. "Can I sleep with you? There's a monster in the closet." Well, of course, I let him. He climbed in bed and gave me a big hug for letting him climb in. I lightly punched him on the shoulder, as a big brother would do, and we went to sleep peacefully. The next day, I had forgotten all about the event until nighttime. While I was sleeping, I again felt a tug on my blanket. Once again, Michael was asking to climb into bed with me. "Can I sleep in your bed again, Jeff?" Michael asked. "What's the matter, Michael?" I asked. "There's not a monster in the closet." "Yes, there is," he assured me. "Please, Jeff." The poor little guy looked so distressed that I just couldn't turn him down. He crawled into bed with me and we went to sleep together. The next afternoon after school, my parents asked me to come into the room and have a talk with them. Michael had told them about the monster, and they were concerned that I had been telling him scary stories. After all, I was supposed to be at that age where older brothers like to scare the younger one. I assured them, though, that I would never do such a thing to him, and they claimed to believe me as well. This pattern continued for about a week with absolutely no variation. My parents began to doubt me when I told them I was not scaring Michael, but even Michael defended me. My father took Michael to the closet to show him around before bed one night and thought he had proven there was no monster. But once again, Michael claimed to see the monster that night and climbed into my bed. I decided to ask my parents if we could start having the dog sleep in the room with us to reassure him. That night, Michael was sleeping with our golden retriever, Sandy, at the foot of his bed. Yet again, though, Michael woke me up, claiming there was a monster in the closet. Just when I was about to tell him it was okay to climb into my bed, I began to hear something from the closet. It was a creaking noise. I lifted my head up. I looked to the door, and I saw the closet door slowly opening up. Fear gripped my heart, and I grabbed my brother and pulled him close to me, hiding him behind me. The door was beginning to open considerably. We heard a noise. Our dog jumped up and growled and ran into the closet. The door then slammed closed and we heard the dog yelping. Both Michael and I started screaming at the top of our lungs. It took a few moments, but our parents came running into the room. Michael was screaming and crying about the monster. Our parents needed to take a few moments to realize what was going on. My father ran over to the closet and opened the door. He immediately screamed at me and Michael to get out of the room. I protested, but then he raised his voice, meaning he meant business. As we ran out, I caught a glimpse of the inside. I saw our dog lying there motionless. I knew our dog was dead, but for years I didn't know exactly what happened that night. Our parents refused to tell us. My dad finally explained it one day when I came home for a visit from college. Apparently, there was an intruder who had been coming into our house each night from the attic. He would climb into the attic window. Our closets had entrances to the attic, so he was getting into our closet from that entrance and antagonizing Michael for fun. When he was done, he would climb back into the attic and get out of the house. When the dog had run in after him, he slashed its neck with a knife he had and then tried to escape the house through the closet attic entrance and did get out through the window. My dad told us, though, that he was picked up by police not far after, but honestly, I have no way of knowing if that's true or not. There is one thing I want everyone to take away from the story, though. The boy who cries wolf may actually see a wolf at some point, and you should never ignore your kids if they tell you they're scared of something, even if you don't believe them. Even if you know that what they're saying is not possible, if your kid claims it's true, there might just be a different kind of monster hiding in his closet. Another 2-story house with all the bedrooms on the second floor. My wife and I have 4 kids of different ages. This story involves a strange incident that happened with our youngest boy, Kyle, who was 7 at the time this story takes place. My wife and I were in bed watching TV when Kyle walked in rubbing his eyes. "Dad, can you give me some water from the fridge?" Kyle asked. "There's a little boy hiding behind it and he won't stop teasing me." Well, we were much more concerned with our kid being up late at night than we were about this make-believe kid hiding behind our refrigerator. We kept water in the fridge because we didn't like our kids drinking tap water, so I walked my son down to get him a glass of water. I asked him why he thought there was a boy hiding behind our fridge. He knew I wanted water for some reason, and as I started getting closer to the fridge, he started whispering to me, "Kyle, water, water, drip, drip, drip," he said. When we got downstairs, I first made my son look behind the fridge with me, and indeed, there was no boy hiding behind there. I then got him a nice refreshing glass of cold water from the dispenser, and put him back peacefully to bed. The incident with the boy behind the refrigerator happened again about a week later, though. It was almost identical to the first experience. 2 weeks later, almost an exact repeat of the whole situation happened again. After nearly 2 months where our son would seem to randomly come into our room during the late evening claiming a boy was behind the refrigerator, my wife and I began to get really concerned. Although we knew that there was no one behind there when we checked, we figured there must be something else that was real going on here, so I talked to Kyle a bit more. I told him that the next time he needs some water late at night, rather than trying to get it himself, he should first come into our room, and I'll go get it for him. A week after our talk at about 10 p.m., Kyle entered our room and nervously asked me to get a glass of water. Leaving Kyle in the room with my wife, I walked down to the kitchen to get it for him. As soon as I was approaching the refrigerator, I heard a honey-sweet voice saying, "Kyle, water, water, drip, drip, drip." After a pause again, "Water, water." I froze, not only confused but genuinely unnerved. I slowly began to approach the refrigerator when I heard it once again. As I moved to peek behind it, I cautiously walked to the side, fully expecting to see a little boy there. Well, I didn't see anything behind the refrigerator. I turned the corner and saw absolutely nothing. Well, not nothing really. Not nothing. I saw the furnace grating and clearly heard the voice lifting in from the basement. I stood there in silence for a moment, wondering what to do next. As I took another step forward, though, the voice said something different. "Don't get your dad, Kyle. There's better water here in the basement. Come down to the basement, Kyle." No, I didn't mess with this crap at all, and I was not going into the basement by myself. Fortunately, our basement door locked from both sides, so I immediately went over and locked it tight. I then grabbed my cell phone and called the police right away. They came over and found this really nasty-looking homeless man living in our unfinished basement. We usually never went down there for any reason because it was unfinished. He had attached things in our crawl space, and apparently at night he had been climbing up and getting food. Obviously, he had been able to hear our conversations in the kitchen and knew that Kyle would come down for water. We didn't know what the man wanted other than shelter and if he meant us any harm, but it was unlikely he did because he was living off of us. We were, after all, providing him with food, shelter, and of course water, even if unknowingly. It was just scary to realize he had been there for so long. Sometimes, just because the thing in your house your kids are scared of might not be a monster, doesn't mean it's not anything at all. This was easily the scariest and strangest thing that's ever happened to me. In retrospect, I think it was probably just a really bad prank pulled on me by a teenager or something like that. However, when it happened, it was the most terrifying experience I'd ever had in my life. I lived in a really old subdivision that had very few houses left in it. About a decade before my family moved in, a highway was built right next to the housing area. The pavement made the land less absorbent, and during storms, the water would pour off the highway, go down the hill, and flood my neighborhood. It wasn't unusual after a very strong storm to have a yard that resembled a swimming pool more than a front yard. It was unusual for it to take any less than 2 weeks without rain to completely drain back to normal. Now, the reason I mention this is to give you an idea of how dark it is where I live. Most of the houses were built in the 1950s, and there were only street lamps on the main street. In the subdivision, we didn't have lamps. In the subdivision, the branched-off streets where the houses actually were, we didn't have street lamps. Instead, they were only lit by the front lights of the houses. Not long after my family moved in, many residents were already complaining about constant flooding. Eventually, FEMA offered to buy out the houses, and the majority of people sold, but there were a few families that refused. The price they offered my family wasn't even enough to pay off our mortgage, so my parents would have lost a lot of money if they sold. Instead, we stayed. The houses that were sold were all demolished, and there were very few left. Trees and brush and all sorts of things grew in the old lots, and a lot of the area actually became very swampy. My house had previously been the 10th house on the street, and it actually became the first and only house on my street after a while. All of the lighting from the other houses was gone, and my dark street became a marsh. If you were to walk on the street towards my house at night, it was so dark you couldn't even see if the moon was in the sky. It was completely pitch black now. The night my story takes place in was in the late fall. I was at my house alone. My parents had gone to my grandma's house, and I didn't feel like going with them. I have a very bad caffeine addiction, and I was almost out of coffee and Coke. I'd been hoping to make it to the next day at least, so I could walk to the store and buy some more in the morning. Being 15, I didn't have a car. At about 11 p.m., I began to feel that familiar beginning of a caffeine headache. I knew I had to nip it in the bud right then, so I decided I would at least try to walk to the nearby gas station and grab a cherry Coke or something. When I walked outside, I noticed it was particularly dark that night. I had the porch light on, so I didn't really notice how dark it was until I had gone a bit into the street. After a short distance, I literally couldn't even see anything. I held my hand up in front of my face and was shocked that I could barely even see it. I couldn't see my feet when I looked down. I couldn't see the street. I couldn't see anything, it was so dark. I considered going back home, but I felt mild throbs in my temple and knew I had to continue. All I had to do was just keep walking forward and listen to my feet hit the pavement. This prevented me from going off the street and into the marsh. It was a heady experience. I eventually did manage to get to the main street. I saw a light up in the distance and got to the highway and eventually the Thornton's gas station. I got a huge Coke and a few squirts of cherry syrup in it as well. I told the cashier how dark it was on my street and that I was pretty scared to walk through that darkness again. She kindly offered to give me a ride back. She knew me because I always got the same drink there practically every day and would chat with her every now and then. Of course, I turned her offer down because, I'm a guy and I didn't want to admit to her that I was scared. My heart was beating out of my chest as I walked back, though. As I got closer to the street I lived on, I had to tell myself that what I was afraid of was only in my head. It was only the unknown that was scary. I mean, when you walk by yourself in the dark, you generally feel relieved and not scared when you see somebody else walking around. Something about when you're alone that truly freaks you out, It's all in your mind. So I stepped onto my street and decided to be resolute. I told myself there was nothing to be scared of. I began walking, hearing the sound of my shoes once again clapping against the pavement. Eventually, I came to the part of the street where I was practically blindfolded. I felt my heart begin to speed up, and I felt extremely foolish. Part of me just wanted to run and get it over with. But I really didn't want to sprint forward in the pitch dark. What if I fell down on my face? I controlled my breathing and kept walking. It was then that I heard the scariest thing I'd ever heard in my life. There was a human voice extremely close to me, and it whispered in my ear, "I'm going to kill you." My flight instinct kicked in immediately, and I sprinted towards my house. I'd never run that fast before, and I likely never will ever again. I tore into the driveway, fumbled with my key, ran into the house without looking behind me, locked the door, bolted it shut, and ran into my bedroom where I cowered in a corner. I immediately called the county sheriff because I lived in an unincorporated area and there was no police force there. It took them 45 minutes to arrive from the county seat, and they couldn't do anything about it by then. Well, for the rest of my time alone, I only went outside during the day. It was probably just a teenager playing a joke on me or something. I mean, who really knows? But I wasn't willing to take that chance. I'm sure many people who have actually been murdered on a dark street with no lights didn't really think that was about to happen to them before it did. Even retelling the story just pisses me off. I mean, really pisses me off. Like you wouldn't even begin to believe. But I think that your life is an accumulation of stories, and many of those stories need to be told. It's possible that hearing a story about a stupid thing someone does to their kids may make another jackass think twice before they attempt to do the stupid crap this guy did. In the late 70s and early 80s, there were a flurry of movies about cannibals released. They were pretty much all grisly and nasty movies with very little plot to them. Lots of blood, and for some bizarre reason, they all had at least one castration scene. After my parents' divorce, we lived with my dad for a few years. I was the middle kid at 11. My older brother was 13, and my little sister was 6. My dad was a severe alcoholic, but he got custody of us because he had a very good lawyer. After the divorce, he basically used us as currency in order to make my mom feel bad. He was a dreadful excuse for a human being who drank himself into oblivion, then actually drove us children around while he was blasted out of his mind. Now you probably wonder what drinking and cannibal movies have to do with each other. Normally, they wouldn't have anything to do with each other. but our dad would get really drunk and force us to watch these disgusting films with him. Although I always despised the man, I can honestly say I don't think he would have done this was he not drunk. But whenever he got wasted, he liked to pull these really heinous pranks for some reason. Well, naturally, he knew those cannibal movies freaked us out, and when he got nice and drunk, he would do some of the weirdest, cruelest crap to us, usually involving either his long or drawn-out lectures or some really tasteless jokes. One particular night in the summer, he had taken us to the beach as usual. He spent the entire time guzzling down beer and acting like a real jackass, but the worst thing he ever did came when he drove us home. It's important to know that we lived in the Appalachian area, and we had to travel through the mountains to get to the beach. Going back home, we went through several old dirt and gravel roads. On this particular night, my dad veered off the main road and onto a dirt path that took us through a hollow that had very little to no light in it. After several turns and nearly 30 minutes of driving out through the country, he finally stopped and pulled over on the side of the road. We were stopped by what looked like a trail that quickly disappeared into the trees on the hill. My other brother, sitting in the front seat, asked my dad why the hell we were parking here of all places. Well, my drunken idiot of a father told us he had brought us here to warn us about something. Yeah, you heard me right. He went out here to warn us about something in an area that not only we had never been in, but had no way to get to living high up on the hill. Following the trail, according to my dad, a family of inbred hillbillies lived in an old run-down cabin. He explained to us that they had to inbreed because they only liked to eat human flesh, and because it was difficult to get people to eat without being caught, they had to kill everyone they came across. Because of that, they could only mate with their relatives, because relatives were the only people they would need. Well, of course, as kids, we got real scared, and pleaded with my dad to take us home, or at least get us out of there. Our father told us that the only way the hillbillies would come down and grab us is if the lights were turned out. He said they would wait up on the hill for a car to pull over, then once the engine died and the lights went off, they would come down and attack. My brother seemed to be remaining calm, but my younger sister was crying and pleading with my dad to leave. My dad did the douchiest thing he ever did in his life. He shut the car off and then slowly turned off the car lights. As to be expected, all three of us kids began screaming and crying, begging him to turn the lights back on. The sick bastard was actually laughing hysterically at his own terrified children. But then I noticed it. Up on the trail, right where it disappeared into the trees, I saw something. Two people were standing almost out of view, but they were definitely standing there, watching our car. They were both dressed in white and had blonde hair, but it was hard to tell anything else about their features because it was so dark. Being kids, we definitely thought this had to be the cannibal family. I alerted my brother and sister to it as well. They both started screaming louder than they were before. I guess my father finally had his fill of jackassery and decided to start the car up. He flipped on the lights and then started the car. The minute that he did so, I saw the two people on the hill immediately begin sprinting toward the car. "Dad, get us out of here, they're coming!" I yelled. My father shot me a look of annoyance, but when he turned around, he saw exactly what I saw. Two blonde people wearing white, sprinting down the hill at nearly inhuman speeds. They quickly made it to the Ford Bronco my dad was driving. They began to smash on the windows, and my sister and I began crying. This really freaked my dad out. Still drunk off his ass, he slammed the gas and the car took off. The two people began to sprint after us once again, but of course there was no way they could catch up with the car. Well, it was also unfortunate that my dad was driving further down that dark and dirty country road. Every twist and turn was completely terrifying, and we expected to see even more of these creepy people each time we turned. Eventually, though, we made it to a paved road and drove away from that horrid scene. My dad told me later that of course he had made the story about the family up. He had no idea who those people in white were, or why they had attacked our car. We figured it must have been because they were doing something illegal up on the hill and didn't want to get caught. Who really knows? All I know is, regardless, It was a despicable thing for a man to do to his children, and I've been frightened of dark country roads ever since. What is up, guys? Blue Spooky here. Thank you guys so much for watching, especially if you made it this far to the end of the video. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like, share, comment, or subscribe if you feel so inclined. If you have any comments or criticism about the video or the stories therein, please be sure to go down to the comments below and leave your thoughts. I always love to read all of the comments, and even though I can't respond to all of them, I still do look at each and every one. I would like to thank for this video my subscribers who submitted their own stories to be read and shared. I hope you guys enjoyed them, and I hope those of you who sent in your stories enjoyed having your stories read. If you would like to send in your own stories for me to read, please be sure to check in the description below the video. There will be links to my social media, including my Facebook, Gmail, and Twitter accounts. Send me your story or a message on any of those, and I'll try to get back to you as soon as possible. If you do decide to send in a story, please be sure to include in the tagline what the name of the story is if it has one, what type of story it is if it has one, and how you would like to be credited in the description of the video the story appears in. If you do decide to send in a story as well, please be sure to include proper grammar and formatting and try to include as much detail as you feel comfortable with. This will give you the most chance of having your story appear in a video in the future. If you guys are curious about the music used in this video, I usually use music from Deblato Studios or Miyuji. I will leave links to their channels in the description below, and you can check them out if you enjoy their stuff. Overall though, guys, I think that's pretty much it for now. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I hope you guys have a great day.